Hi, I'm Ben Falla, and welcome to JavaScript High Performance by Pact Publishing. And I want to take you on a journey into how to create JavaScript that performs better than the JavaScript you're working with right now. We expect you to know JavaScript, but what we're going to do is we're going to create two samples. I'm going to give you a starting application that has a lot of bad practices in them. And we're going to give you an application that has all the great ones. And we're going to follow 40 different lectures, step by step, going over the most critical things you want to know and think about when you're creating applications in JavaScript or improving them and how to make them perform better. In the end, we're going to create a project. We're going to have, first of all, our bad project. And you can see that our frames per second, which actually means how many frames, how many refreshes happen a second, you see that it's going slower, lower, lower. And by the way, it's because we have a few memory leaks inside of our application. Besides over 40 mistakes that we made in our application, creating an application that is slowly dying. And that is really bad, because if this application would run for 2-3 hours, we would not have it. It would crash. Contrary to that, in our good sample, we created and improved that code to make sure that instead of seeing that frames per second going down, notice how those frames per seconds are growing and growing, getting better and getting better. And it goes down also to the strategies and decisions that we make. And we're going to go through both how to plan better and how to make right decisions when you're building applications, and also how to avoid common pitfalls. It's going to be a wonderful course. It is a wonderful course, and I hope you join it. It's going to be worth every penny you spend. Probably one of the most simple but yet most critical elements of every website is when you're integrating your code, you want to cache it. Now, this lecture is going to be a bit long, but very important. We're going to walk through the steps involved with how do you make sure that your code is going to be served in the best way possible to your users. So let's get started. One of the more common JavaScript mistakes most developers do, or many developers do, is forgetting to cache their script. I want to show you the steps involved with it, and I'm going to assume that you have an Apache server, and if you don't, refer to other documentation, but I'm going to show you the steps or the most important things you have to notice as you're doing it. All right, so let's jump into our code, and in our source files, you're going to find two files, one that's called good.html and one that's called bad.html. In the bad.html, we have a file that has all of its JavaScript embedded inside of the document itself. As you might guess, if you don't know it already, that is a really bad move. The biggest problem with setting your JavaScript and CSS and any other static assets inside of your HTML is that an HTML document tends to update frequently. And also it makes your code not reusable, which automatically will make it less performance-wise work well. So the first step that we want to do is we want to make sure that our file is externalized, our code is externalized, which you could see that in our good sample with good.js. Now, not only is the file out, it gives us an opportunity also to make sure that we're caching this file, which leads us to our main topic of this video, which is the conversation of caching. So just by having the file out is not enough. That's the first step. The next step is making sure that our file is actually being cached on the server and cached on the browser, making sure that the user is not getting that file reloaded every time they visit a different page or each day when they come to visit our website. So I want to talk about a few things before we're going to see it in action. So one thing that's really important to note, which is less common, but just in case that you made this mistake or are making this mistake, is just make sure that you're using consistent URLs. And what that means is that if you're using the same code, the same script, make sure that you're referring to the exact same path each time, because that will make sure that the user won't need to load the same file twice because the browser thinks it's a different file. So that's true both for images, it's true for CSS, it's true for JavaScript, it's true to any resource that you're using on your site. You want to be consistent, you want to create namings and rules that will make it easier for you to reference the right item without needing to recreate that item or dropping it in another folder, basically creating an overload on your loading time, making your files larger, making your performance less good. All right, but we're not going to cover that because it's really just a matter of you making sure that you're organized, and it's just an important note to make. A CDN is so important. If your site has any users, it's time for you to move into a CDN. One of the biggest advantages of a CDN is that it enables you to basically push out all of your static assets and make sure that it doesn't overload your system. The less thing your server needs to do, the better. That way your server just has to work on the most critical things it has to, and then you could externalize JavaScript files, CSS files, images, and any other resource that is processor intensive for your server to basically deliver each time. So we're basically sending it to a CDN. We're reducing the hit on our server, and a CDN is going to be able to host a lot more users at the same time, making sure that our server just does what it has to do each time and not more than that. All right, so let's move on to the second item, and which is the biggest one that we're really going to focus on, and is e-tags and expire rules. What e-tags do is they enable the server to have basically for every file in its current status a unique ID. That unique ID is then sent to our client, and if the client has a different unique ID for that resource, that means the resource changed, and only then it fetches to get more of that specific resource. On the other hand, expiry rules basically say to the browser for how long will that file be unchanged, so don't even check for that amount of time. Contrary to e-tags, where in e-tags we're actually validating and checking it each time if there aren't any expiry rules basically enable you to basically say, hey, this file, once you get it, don't ask for it again for 30 days. After those 30 days are over, then it's going to hit your server again, and then basically decide if it's going to download it again or not. Now, the e-tags basically make it much easier for the server, because then even after 30 days, it could then compare between the unique ID that we have and the unique ID that the server has. We, in general, and a lot of hosting guys, a lot of webmasters, a lot of experts in the field, say in general, if you're not an expert in back-end configurations and settings, you're best off to turn off e-tags and set very explicit expire rules, which are the longest history that you can to set for them. The logic behind this is very simple, is because e-tags have unique IDs that are configured based on the server that you're on. And if your server grows and you're moving files in between different servers, the ID of that e-tag is going to be completely different than what you have. So for example, if we're running on a CDN, we really don't need an e-tag on our server because the CDN might be creating one. And even if it's not, we're creating here an issue because the files are going through different servers, beyond the fact if you're running more than one server on your own. So in general, an advice of the wise is just turn off e-tags and set explicit expiry rules. And that's exactly what we're going to do next. So you'll find inside of our source files htaccess.txt, and if you just open that file up, you're going to see that we have here a nice little block of code that goes over the different things that we want to do. So one is, as we said before, we're basically checking to see if mode headers exist, if the model exists, and if so, we're basically removing e-tags from our header and we're turning off the e-tags. Next step that we're doing is we're also checking if the module of mode expires exists. If it does, we're setting it to be on. We're setting a default for 1 month, which means from the moment the user accesses the file, don't ask for it again for 1 month. And then after that, we're basically going through and setting different expiries based on the different file types. So for example, for icons, we're setting an expiry of 1 year. For JavaScript, we're setting it for 1 year, but for CSS and JPEGs and PNGs and GIFs and so on and so forth, we're setting it to be 1 month. Now you could change those configures any means and forms you want, but we're going to keep with this format, and you could change it based on your needs of your project. Now all you really need to do is basically just grab that file that we've just looked at, change the file name to be .htaccess and drop it on the root folder of your website. In our case, just to showcase it, I'm going to go ahead into my server using SSH, and I'm going to go inside and I'm going to do a v command in that root folder of learnxmlnow.com, which v is basically a Linux editor that enables me to edit files. And I'm just going to go ahead here and just get into the file itself. And I'm going to show you how you do it in V, but you don't have to do it in V. You could do it just with a regular editor and just drop it through FTP. Or if you do have access to the server, then you probably know how to do this. So I'm just going to go ahead here and I'm going to click onto the insert command. And I'm just going to go ahead and just copy that file, that content of the file, back into my terminal. And I'm just going to go ahead here and paste this change. I'm going to click on escape, and I want to save it. So I'm going to click on the colon, and then I'm going to click on WQ to write and quit. And once I did that, I saved that information into the file. All that's left for me to do to test things out is to actually go to that specific site, learn XML now. And if everything worked correctly, we will actually see the site. If we wrote something incorrectly, the site won't work at all. But if we want to make sure that the files are really doing what we want it to do, I'm just going to go into our inspect element, and I'm going to reload once I'm in the network tab. And I just want to see that, for example, for my PNG, if I look into the header itself, which is what we were doing, we won't see an HT access in the request headers and the response headers as well, but we will see an expiry, and you can see that expiry is 1 month after our file was loaded. If we take a look at any file here, for example, if we look for a second into what rules we configured here, we'll see that for our JavaScript, we set 1 year, but there is no JavaScript in this file. So I'm going to go ahead and set a 1 year for CSS as well. And if I save this and I go back and I probably will want to do this inside of my V as well. So I'm going to go right in here, find that line of our CSS, and I'm just going to go right to that line. Then I'm going to press an I so I could start inserting, and I'm going to change it into year. I'm going to press escape. And then I'm going to save the change by calling colon, W for write, Q for quitting, and there we go. Now we updated it. Now if I go to my browser, I might not see that change immediately, and one of the reasons why I might not see it immediately is because we're caching. But when we have our network on, there's a probability that it will actually refresh and make sure that it reloads the asset again, specifically because we requested it. Now if I go into my style and I look into the header responses, we're going to see that we have here a year to our expiry. So if I'm now in March 5th, 2015, we're going to be expiring in only a year from now. So as long as the user doesn't go on the exact same page and click on refresh, then it's not going to reload the page, but it's actually going to basically load it up a lot quicker because it's not going to need to load in that CSS again. So if I just close that browser, open up a new one, you'll see that now the page is going to load a lot faster because it does not need to reload those images. It does not need to reload the CSS or the JavaScript in our case. So that's it for caching and how to create a caching. Very critical. Make sure every single project you have define caching. And if you have a project, if your server is a big server, make sure you turn off e-tags. In general, it's a good idea to turn them off if you're setting good expiry dates, because if you have an expiry of a year from now, it's fine if in a year from now the user will reload the file. That is not a big hit on the user in general. In the last video, we saw how to cache websites. But the problem with that is if we're going to serve it through our server, we saw how the caching mechanism that we created basically makes it impossible for us to create changes to our code. Because when we're making a change, it could be that the file is already for a whole year and not going to be updated for the user, as we saw in the last lecture. In this lecture, we're going to create together a solution that will work around that problem and make our code not only robust, so we don't have to let the user reload things when they don't need to, but we could also define when and how exactly to refresh in the most effective way for the user. So let's jump right into it and see what I mean. The problem that we have with this is what happens if we change something in our CSS or our JavaScript. That file won't get even back to the user anymore because they're going to wait for a whole year until they get the item or until they click on refresh a few times to get that content to come up again. Now, there is a problem with that. So the way we could solve that is by creating basically a cache controller. And a cache controller is incredibly easy. All we have to do is just append to any file that we're loading a versioning control. For example, this is going to be version 1. Literally, I'm setting a URL parameter, making sure that that file will always get a different path. So anytime I change this path, it will automatically refresh that content. But if I didn't change the path, then it wouldn't. And I could do the exact same thing also for my JavaScript, creating separate versions based on changes. So only when I create a change to that version of the JavaScript, then I would want to refer back and update that value. Now, if I was working with a server-side language, I could set my header to be in a specific file of headers and then just go in one place and update the version of the file, making sure that it was going to update each time, basically. All right, without further ado, we still have another problem, and that problem is even if we change the content of the file, because our HTTP header settings, if we go back into that htaccess file that we created, we set a default expiry value of 1 month. But in our case, also HTML could be cached. And when HTML is being cached, what actually is happening inside of our page, if I go back and I try to look into inspecting that element, I'll go back into the network and just click here, refresh here for a second. You're going to then see that inside of our Learn XML, if we look at the response headers, we're going to see that we have here an expire that's going to happen in another month from now. But we really don't want to have a 1 month expiry for this specific page if it's updating frequently. Moreover than that, it's going to create an issue because then we might want to have an expiry, but we probably don't want such a long duration expiry. So how about if we set an expiry of a default of 1 week for our HTML? And really to do that, all I would have to do is go back, and I'm not going to do it, I'm going to let you guys do it, is go back into that htaccess file and just add another rule. So for example, for this one, I'm going to just add here another rule, and I'm not going to add it onto my specific server, but instead of that, I'm going to set it to, what do I want to set it to? Text. And it's going to be for HTML. Now, if you don't know what the file type is, if you look inside of your HTML, you'll see in the header information that the type of content is text HTML. And that's really the reference that you want to use. So literally, I'm setting that, and then all I have to say is, okay, I want to do this for 1 day. And that's all I have to do to make sure that it loads only once a day or maybe once a week. Now, beyond that, I want to talk about one more way for us to control our caching. And that is inside of our header. For example, if we wanted to make sure that this page doesn't have any caching at all we would have to do is add a no caching in our caching control in our metadata if we're not doing it through the server. So we could basically override the configurations of the server by setting an HTTP equiv cache control and set it to be with no cache, basically saying to the server, hey, this page, don't cache it. If, for example, it's a login page, if it's, for example, saying that you might have some personal information of the user, you don't want it to be on the computer of the user at all, for example, beyond when they're seeing it. So in that case, we would set a no cache, making sure that our content does not cache at all. But in our case, in general, we're happy with a 1 day expiry for our HTML or a 1 week expiry for our HTML, because that makes sure that we have a lesser of a load on our server, as long as those users keep getting content that is fresh, aka it doesn't break anything because they still have the old CSS as well. But once the page is updated on their area, then they would also get that new CSS because that CSS got a new version. So in our case, we don't really care to avoid setting that content to be out of our caching. So that's how you create cache busting, and you really want to figure out that right configuration and right setup for every server based on the frequency of updates of content. Wonderful. Over the last few lectures, we've created a site that now only serves up what the user needs when they need it, and it caches on the user's machine so they don't have to reload it again on every single page, nor do they have to if they come back to the page in a month and nothing changed. Next step is we want to make sure also that they're the smallest we could make them. Now, beyond the fact that if you build the code itself better, wonderful, you're going to make it smaller. But also once you're done building it, we want to minify the code. If you don't know how to do that, that's exactly what we're going to look into in this lecture. We're going to take the harder path of how to minify through the server so you don't have to minify the files every single time. And we're going to take advantage of an open source project to do that. So let's jump right in it and we're going to see how it works. Right now, when we're sending our files, we have a lot of line breaks, we have comments, we have console calls. We have a lot of stuff that are not needed. So I just want to show you an example. And we have here just this online CSS minifier. So I'm just going to grab our CSS of this project and just go right into it on Firefox. And I'm going to just crunch it up for a second just to show you the difference, how we got rid of basically almost everything. We got rid of 77.26% of that file just by getting rid of all those extra information that's not really needed. And the result is a very, very efficient CSS file that is not human legible. So we really don't want to do it ourselves on a manual basis each time we upload onto a site. One of the best solutions, I think, is using some sort of a server-side configuration. If you're working with WordPress, there's plugins that enable you to do it automatically. But in the case that you're building a site all on your own and you're not using a plugin, what I want to do is I want to show you how could you configure it if you were running an Apache server using PHP. So what I did is I went ahead and I changed our HTML file here to be a .php file. and I changed the configurations on the server to accept the default to be a .php file. The next step I want to do is I want to go back into my server, and really even before that, what I want to do is I want to download the actual library item. So I'm going to go ahead here and just copy this code library, which you'll find in your source files in the good folder, and I'm going to go ahead and open it up in a new window. And I'm going to go ahead and download the minify file. I'm just going to copy the path of it, copy link address, and I'm going to go right into my terminal because I want to do this on my server, and I want to do it as a sudo wget that content, and I'm going to go ahead and download that file. So I just downloaded that file. All that's left for me to do is unzip it. So I'm going to do a sudo unzip. I'm going to go to that minify, unzip that file. I'm going to inflate all that content inside here, and now I'm going to find my minify inside of this folder. And inside of that minify folder, what I really want to do is I want to move a file that's inside of here, which is called minify min. Making sure it's called min, and I'm just going to move it into the min folder, basically pushing it downwards. Now, I'm not a sudo, so I want to make sure that I am sudo each time that I call this. And if you're doing this through your FTP, just make sure that you grab that file once you unzipped it, even locally, and just drop that min folder only into your server. All right, so now that I've done that, I could go ahead and delete all those extra files. So I'm going to just go ahead and get rid of my minify folder, just leaving that min. All right, so I'm just going to put here a star. I'm going to delete both files. And if I just take another peek, we'll see that I only have the min folder, which is exactly what I wanted to have. So I'm going to step right into it. And you could do this through your regular editor. You don't have to do it through terminal, or if you are, then that is fabulous. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I also want to configure the actual location, the minimum location of files. That's a security procedure, making sure that no one could access files that are in a deeper folder below whatever we define as our core folder. In our case, our directory is basically sitting inside of our user folder. I already copied that location of my full path of my directory where I want the content to be. The next step is what you want to do is you want to go, if you're inside of your regular editor or you're inside of CentOS or whatever your Linux is, just go right into your config file now. I'm going to use V for that. And I'm going to go into the config file, and basically what I want to do is I want to basically locate the location of our server. What is the minimum area where it's allowed to go into? So if we go ahead and just do a quick search for our item, we'll find in one of the areas here basically a folder that says the minimum document root. Now the minimum document root by default enables us to go anywhere, but in our case what I want to do is I want to define a path. So I'm going to go ahead here, move into insert by typing the I command. And I'm going to go ahead and just paste here a path that I already earlier, which is the full path in my server to that specific website. What I'm actually doing is I'm locking in the path, the access of this minified library to only be able to work with things that are inside of this directory and above. So I'm going to press on escape, and I'm just going to save this by writing escape:WQ because I'm in V. If you're in a regular editor, just follow whatever you usually do in your regular editor. All right, so now that we configured it, all that's left for us to do is to test it out and see if it's actually working. And you can see that we have here a quick test CSS file and a quick test JS file. So all I really need to do to see if it works is quite simple. I'm going to go ahead in my editor, and I'm just going to open up here another file, and I'm going to go right into my Learn XML now, into the subfolder, which is called min. And in that subfolder, what I want to do is I'm going to put here a question mark, and I'm going to set a path to a file, a fully qualified path to that file. In this case, what I want to do is I want to go, for example, to the path min and hit that test, quick test.css. If I go right back into my terminal just to copy this, I'm going to go ahead here and just copy the CSS. If everything is working according to plan, then we should be able to see a minified version of the CSS, which is exactly what's happening. And the same is true for our JavaScript. So we could have your quick JavaScript file test, and we should see the JavaScript minified. Now, in our case with this website, we don't really have any JavaScript, as you can see in our source files. But what we do have in this source file is basically the access to our CSS file, which is sitting right here inside of our header for our style.css. So all I really want to do is set a path to style.css. So I'm going to go right ahead here, style.css. And here we go. Now we're getting our CSS all condensed. And if I copy this compared to the normal CSS, which was a lot more detailed, you'll see that this website had a much bigger file, a much bigger footprint. So literally all that's left for me to do is to basically, instead of sending a direct path to my CSS, is sending a path to this compressor that will automatically send a compressed version. And as we are compressing the files and as we are using the caching, that is all we really need to do. So in my case, in this specific website, I would go back into my terminal and just find that specific file by going into my sudo, taking a step back out of that min folder, and I'm going to go into that sudo v index.php. And in this file, I'm just going to go ahead into my link here. And instead of linking directly to the style, I'm going to go ahead here and just type here I so I could insert stuff. And I'm basically just going to the path of minify. F equals the actual file itself. And if I had other files such as JavaScript and other CSS files, I could very easily just go ahead and automatically on the fly have them basically convert into the compressed version of them. And just by doing this, that's it. That's all I really had to do. And from now on, whenever a user comes onto our website, whenever they're going to get that CSS file is going to be condensed, because the CSS file header itself will change to this compressed version, where they'll get this compressed version and not one that's outlined without me needing to rewrite it each time. And that's it. I'm not going to do it in our actual sample, local sample, because we're working off of a local file, but try it on any site that you have that you own, or grab this file and put it on your server and test it out. Now, one more thing just to note, as you download that minify file, one thing that you'll find inside there is unit tests. So you could go ahead and run the tests all if you didn't delete it like we just did. And if you have any issue or compatibility issue on your server, it will come up and tell you what those issues are, and you can try to debug and fix it. So that's it. We are done with this topic. See you in the next one. A new session commences, and in it we're going to take a deeper look into variables. And we're going to start off with talking about what is the best way to define variables. And that's exactly what we're going to do in this lecture. So let's jump right into it. You are probably a developer for a while already, but there's some things that are so critical that even that they're simple, we have to go over them just to make sure that you're not making those mistakes. So let's jump right into it. I went ahead and for our good sample, I didn't change anything in it, but if we go into the bad samples, what I did is I got rid of all var definitions. And you'll see already now that automatically things are not working as expected. Now, in your case, they might work as expected, but I want you to really understand why it's so critical for you to use the var definition. The var definition, as we can see in the bad section, we're using it here in our clock, some of our clocks, but literally what it is, if we create a var in the global scope, it really doesn't matter. If I create here a variable called name and I just set the value to be name, it's basically the same thing as if I set var equal name, because we're inside the global scope right now. Contrary to that, when I create a variable or I call a variable, for example, when I'm calling inside of an object that we're going to look at later on probably, if for example I'm calling this date object. And this date object, when I'm creating it, right now I'm creating a new variable that's called date. In my good example, if we find that specific date, we'll see that I set it with a var date. If we could find it somewhere, here we go, var date. Now in the bad one, we didn't do it, and what actually is happening is the browser is automatically checking to see where is this date. It's not creating it because no one told it to create it right now. So what's happening, it's going up the chain until it reaches the global scope. And if it didn't find anything, then it creates it in the global scope. Now you might think, okay, what's the problem with that? The big problem with that is that we're actually creating 3 different clocks, and each one of them needs a different date. They can't work off of the same date object beyond a few other variables that I change, which are making them break. So besides the fact that by using the date, we're making sure that it's in that specific local scope and it's specifically building for that local scope, that's one thing. So we're avoiding issues of complexities in our code that are just not needed. But beyond that, we're also not overloading our global scope and creating more variables that are loaded up when they don't need to be, because when this update clock, when this function is not being run, this variable doesn't need to exist. So that's really the big change, the big difference, the big importance, and it is a performance related issue. So make sure you always define your vars, and really in general,
try to avoid using anything in the global scope or reduce the amount of access to the global scope, because you don't want to have friction in scenarios where your content will be overridden by other libraries or even yourself. So the more you're working with local scope issues, the more you're creating variables inside of specific items. So if you're creating a var, you're creating that item inside of that specific area, you're making sure that it has that local scope and not beyond that, and you're also improving performance of your application.
In our last lecture, we talked about variables, and we're going to continue talking about variables, but now we're going to change our focus into scope. Now, hopefully by this stage, you know what a scope is, and even if you don't, we're going to refresh your memory a little bit. And really, the question here is, what is the best way and where should we put our variables? Where should we serve them up so it'll be easier for JavaScript to fetch those variables? Let's see what I mean. Let's jump right into it. I want to continue with the basic critical things that are improving performance in general in JavaScript. So let's go right back into our code, and I'm just going to focus in the good file. And what I want to do next, and by the way, if you want to follow along with me, you could very easily just go ahead and copy our original file. In the JS file, you'll find the original good one, but we're going to be modifying it as we go, but you could grab the original right here. All right, so let's get back to improving our code. Now, the next topic that I want to talk about is location references. You always want to put the most immediate reference to a location if you're using it more than once. And I'm going to go ahead right here in our onReady, even without us knowing explicitly everything that's going on in the code, you'll see that I'm approaching the com.0togeek a couple of times, which basically what's happening is that JavaScript has to go to the com object, then into the 0togeek object, and from that object, it needs to call all these different classes or functions in our case. So what I want to do is I want to basically create a local variable, and this local variable could be just like something like the O2Geek. So it's going to be like a local reference to O2Geek, and I could go ahead and just create that local reference. That way I have a direct path to that O2Geek, and I could literally just go ahead and replace all that O2Geek copy and replace it with just the O2Geek direct local variable that I've just created. Now what I've done here is I cut down basically 6 calls more or less, because I had to go inside of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now I'm only going into 3. If this was in a loop, it could have been a really massive performance enhancing thing. A new variable really doesn't matter, because as soon as that function is done, it would disappear. But I'm going to go ahead and save this and go back into my browser, and you'll see that our application should be doing the exact same thing as it was doing before. Nothing changed. The only difference is that we're a bit more efficient. And if I go ahead and just try to fix all the different places where I see that there is a call that is happening often. Now, in this case where I have this interval, I wouldn't change it because it is a primitive value. And if it's a primitive value, then I wouldn't have a reference to what it is. So I wouldn't duplicate it. So this is fine, that this dot whatever, because we're only going one layer down. But as we go down deeper inside of here, you'll see that one of the stuff that we have here is, for example, in the update dates here, a function that is going through this aDates object, and it goes inside of specific items inside of this object in a loop, and then doing different things that doesn't really matter what it does to it. What we could do is create a local reference to that aDates, literally just slapping in the this.aDates, and what we're doing by this again is we're cutting the travel of our object so it doesn't have to go through an object and another object each time, but it has a short referral to that item. So all I have to do is just update all the different places where I set that aDates, and literally you don't even have to know what's going on in this code, and we're already optimizing it and making it way better than it was before. So I'm just going to go ahead right here, and go ahead right here, and go ahead right here, and I've just updated it and improved it just slightly. Now beyond that, what I could do, because I'm again using this reference over and over, is inside of the loop itself. One is I could create a new variable, just call it date without, or item for our case, because we don't know if it's going to be a date or a function or whatever it might be. So I'm just going to call it item to make it generic so it's clear that it's not a date object. I'm going to go ahead here and just, I don't want to do var twice, heavens forbid, but I want to go to my item and just set its value to be that aDates I. Again, we're improving performance overall. Now, if I go to, again, I could just approach that item directly, updating my code without needing
to understand really in depth what this code is doing. So we're going to continue doing this, going down the line, and literally we are saving the amount of times that the code is being basically called. So we're making less calls. So if here we were calling an array and then going to a specific item and then only doing that execution, now we're approaching that item directly and we don't have to go ahead and again approach it in a different way. Now item, I'm seeing that it's turning blue, so just to be safe, in case it's a reserved word or it's going to be a reserved word, then I could just call it, maybe I'll call it DT for date, making sure that I'm not just using the name date, so I'm not explicitly defining it as date, and then I would just literally just go through all these different items and update them accordingly. It's sometimes, in my case, I saw here item, it turned blue. I really like avoiding things that turn blue, so even if it's not really a reserved word, I'm avoiding that color code change. So that way I know it might be a date object, it might be a function, so I'm not calling it directly a date. This is just from a convenience perspective. So there we go. And then we would also update this item. And look how many things we updated here. The code is not as readable, but if we set here the variable name in a better way, or if we define some comments here that we would then get rid of in minification, then it's not such a big deal because I could just type here date object, or function. And it doesn't really matter because when we did our minify earlier on in chapter 1, it would get rid of whatever commenting we had. So that way, as we're working on it, it is very legible, but when we're done working with it, it's not legible anymore, which is completely fine. Now let's move on, especially because it's a local variable, so we don't have to worry about really, really great names because it's sitting inside of a specific function. So if I'm here, I know what's going on, and once we're out of it, it doesn't matter anymore. So I'm just going to scroll through our item just really quickly here again, just to see if there's anything else that we could improve. So one is we could see that we're defining, and I could see here just probably a small little mistake because I've created here a date, but then I haven't really used it beyond just setting it. Oh, I did use it, fair enough. But then I could re-entering that data back into it. So in our case, when we have here this new date and we have our auto clock, which is probably a property that is running up here, auto clock, which we extended the date, even without talking about object-oriented code, what I could do is very easily, again, is basically create a new date if I had to create a new date and assign that value to that item again. So I could re-leverage that item and then not need to call that date again. In this case, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't save us a lot of code. It doesn't save us a lot on performance, or really doesn't really save anything because we're only referring to it twice. Not that big of a deal. It's not inside of a loop, so we won't do it. But let's continue on. Let's find if there's anything else here that could use a little bit of modification and improvement. And we're running. So one is we could see that we're using this DOM element and we're approaching it a few times. So we could definitely go to that DOM element and create a local reference to that DOM. And once I created a local reference to that DOM, I could go ahead and literally just get rid of the word this, and I'm cutting down a small slice of what was going on. Now, but beyond that, the problem is that inside of our element, so first of all, I could just get rid of that this, I could get rid of that this because we're already inside of that this anyways, because I have a reference to that specific item. So I don't need to refer back to this. I just cut down one element from within my plan. Now, inside of this element, I could see there I have here these items that I'm approaching to. So again, one thing that I could do is just approach this and create a ALM H, which will be a local variable that is the exact same thing. And I could create another local variable for that item that we're just retrieving here. And then I could go ahead and get rid of that period on all the places where it's mentioned. And again, cutting down the amount of times that we have to travel through the object to only the times that we need to. So again, slicing down the amount of times that we have to approach it. And again, we could slice that out. All these small little changes that we're making here have a really grand effect. So I'm going to continue doing those and finish updating the file, and we'll see you next topic. I'm just going to go ahead here and make sure that everything is still working, and it sure is. So we'll see you in the next lecture once I complete modifying all those wrong references. In the last few lectures, we've been talking about variables. We talked about how to define them. We talked about where to define them and the importance of knowing the location and scope of your variable. In this lecture, we're going to take it a step further. We're going to talk about defining your variables in the condensed way. And it's actually proven that in most browsers, if not all of them,
it's way more effective. So we're going to show you how to do it. Very simple. Let's jump right into it.
The next item I wanted to talk about is condensing var definitions. So up until now, we created vars and we created each one separately, but that's a mistake because we don't need to. We're basically, every time we say var, we're basically telling the processor, JavaScript, the browser, whoever it might be, hey, I want to define something. But that means I want to define something and I'm done. I want to define something and I'm done. So what we want to do is, first of all, we want to make sure that all our vars are in the top of each function, making sure that we get through and get over with it quickly because it's way more efficient than doing it each one separately. And the next thing is I want to batch, instead of ending it completely now, I could put here a comma instead. Oops, what did I do? Undo, put a comma here. And then I could literally just go ahead and add another definition, and I could go ahead here and delete and put a comma, and delete, put a comma, and delete, put a comma. And what I did right here is I created all these var definitions. And don't forget, because I'm using the minifying logic that we talked about in chapter 1, all the spacing is going to be get rid of. So it doesn't really matter if I use the tab, if I use here a couple of spaces, because it's going to automatically disappear once I'm done. Now, obviously, in a real world scenario without minifying, a good idea is to just use tabs. So not to have any of those extra columns, I could just go ahead and delete it, and most editors will automatically put those tabs for me without using spaces. But because we're using that minification, it will automatically get rid of all those extra spaces that we're creating, so it's not as critical for us to worry about it. So I'm going to go ahead and look at a few more variables. So first of all, that is our first variable definitions, and I'm just going to go ahead and find more variable definitions. And we can see that we have here one, so I'm going to go ahead here, comma that, get rid of that, put a comma. And the next thing I see here is also I have here an I that I'm setting it inside of my for. I want to get rid of that and just set and configure all of the different definitions automatically in the beginning. So I could even set its value initially if I want to, and then I could put my first value without setting it even because I already set it to be 0, or I could just keep it by setting the value and just keeping it empty. Either or are completely fine. All right, let's look at a few more. Let's see where else do we have a lot of variable definitions, and we have here another. We could put here a comma and delete that, indent it right inside, and we could just move on and quickly just scan through our document and find all the different places where we have those extra definitions and literally just go ahead and redefine them really quickly. It's that easy, that simple. Again, I'm going to just run this really quickly, search for any var definitions, and I can see here that I have a couple of var definitions, but in this case, is there any logic to separate them? Nope, not really. So I could go ahead here and just put here a comma. I can make sure that I'm not doing here something that is going to affect this, which I'm not. So I could literally just go ahead and cut this out, delete this item, go right ahead and just, oopsie, and just paste that code. Oops, I deleted it by mistake, so let me undo that. So I'm going to cut that, tab it, save that, remove that extra var definition. Now beyond that, if we continue here, we have a few more of those. So I could go ahead here, comma that out. It's that simple, but the steps that we're doing here are making our code a lot more efficient. So we're cutting down on all these different amount of times that things are getting defined. Now, also in the case here that I'm creating here a new event inside of my if, even that I would want to define that var outside of that element. So I could leave that event value there, but I just want to make sure that as I'm defining all the different variables, I'm also defining that event item, even by not putting anything inside, just declaring it's going to be created. And if we continue down the path, we have your one var definition inside of an if condition again. So I could go ahead here, put a comma, add your SND, and then get rid of that var definition and just right away start working with it. And there we go. That's it. That's all we really wanted to cover, to redo and reconfigure, making sure that we're using only the least amount of var definitions that we need to. And if we go back into our application and just click on a quick refresh, we should see that our application is still working exactly the way it did before. It's only a little bit more optimized. We are still working with variables. But our next step with the variables is to talk about one place where we use them often ineffectively. And that is when we're trying to compare two variables or a variable with data.
And really what we're talking about is explicit comparison. We're going to understand in this video why it's so important for you to use it often and why it's going to save you and improve the performance of your application. So let's jump right into it and see it in action.
In general, it's always a good idea to avoid using if statements. Now, not always you could. We're going to talk about that further in further chapters, but I want to talk now about when you are using an if condition. If you could compare explicitly the values, and I'm just going to scroll down to a specific if condition here where it's appropriate. And you can see in our alarm clock, what's happening is we have a local reference to the hour where the current hour that we're in, and we also have the hour of our alarm clock. Now, in both of these situations, we're getting back here a value that is a number. And because the value is a number on both sides, if we only put a double equal sign, what we're actually saying is check to see if they're the same value, if they're the same data type. If they're not the same data type, then convert them to be the same data type and then compare between them. So there's actually a few steps that JavaScript has to go through before it could actually start with the comparison. To avoid that situation, because I know that it's always going to be the same data type on both sides, I could put in explicit equals by setting 3 equal signs instead. By doing that, I'm telling JavaScript, hey, don't worry about what type they are, check to see if they're exactly the same because I already know they're the same data type. Now, if I was wrong and there was a string on one side and a number on the other side, it would not work anymore. But in our case, because we know on both ends we have the right type of data, every time when you're creating an if statement, ask yourself if both sides, the data that you're comparing, are the same data type. And in that case, make sure that you're doing an explicit equal. And in general, it's a great idea to try to always do an explicit equal. Make sure that you explicitly change the type of data that you're getting if you're getting a different data type, such as immediately after you load something externally, change it to be the type of data that you need it to be in. So if we click on refresh and test out our alarm clock should still work. I'm going to set it to the exact time that we're in now, and we should have an alarm because our equal sign worked. All right, so that's it about explicit comparison. And every time you create a new if statement, just think, could I explicitly compare them? If I'm putting 2 equals, would it also work with 3 equals always? And if so, use the 3 equals because you're cutting down a little bit more on performance related tasks that JavaScript has to do.
It's not over yet. We're still talking about variables. But now we're going to talk about strings specifically. And in general with strings, one of the most common things you're going to do with those type of variables is concatenate different strings together. The question is, what is the most cost-effective way of doing it? That's exactly what we're going to do in this lecture. We're going to take a look at what is the best way to do it because it is a processor-intensive mission. And we're going to see what is a better way of doing it. Let's do it.
I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about how to concatenate strings and how to work with them. Now, a lot of times you'll see and I deliberately change my good file to do something bad. So I'm just going to scroll down to that bad sample, and you'll see that we're creating an output there once I find it. Here we go. So we create an output there. And each line separately, I'm adding more values to the string. Now, this is true with any other variable, really, specifically, especially with strings, is this is a big no-no. Now, the reason it's a big no-no is because every time I'm concatenating it, it's another action that completes, and I'm separating it into separate actions and separate lines. Instead of that, what you'd want to do is just basically assign that value directly, and you could break a line just for visual needs because it doesn't really matter because at the end of everything, you're going to be using the minify that will basically get rid of all the different spaces. So you could keep that extra indentation of space if it makes it easier for you to view the content. That's completely fine, but you don't want to add to the input each time new content. So basically, I'm just going to go ahead here and just complete this fix and go ahead here and just add that. And last but not least, grab all of that as well. And I really, really don't even need that reference to my output. If I wanted to, I could have just grabbed all this, and I don't even need that variable because I could just send it immediately after it's created. So I don't even need that. From a formatting perspective, if you prefer it the way before, it doesn't really matter as much. But breaking each action into a separate line is a big influence on your performance, especially if you're running on IE6 or 7, or your user is running on IE6 or 7. There is definitely a performance issue in general. So you want to avoid concatenation of strings. Also, you don't want to use the built-in strings like append and all those stuff. You just want to add strings directly with the plus sign, get everything you need to add in just directly. Don't use the functions because that takes longer on the processing time as well. Last but not least, also, if you have, so for example, a loop where you're looping through to add content into a string, it's actually better off for you to push it into an array. And then once you're done, just convert that array into a string. That is a better solution than actually changing and modifying the string each round at a time, because again, it takes a lot of performance, these functions of concatenation. So it's easier to just aggregate, collect all the data, and then just connect them back all inside. And we're going to look at that in a later chapter when we're going to talk about reflow. So that's it about this specific item of strings, which is a big influence on performance in general, especially if you're running on older browser or your users and your user bases are running off of IE6 and 7. Over the last few lectures, we've been talking about variables. Now we started talking about strings in the last lecture. We're continuing talking about strings and continuing about talking about the most cost-effective way to connect strings together. Now, once you get to a stage where there's a lot of copy that you want to connect together, counterintuitively, it's actually not the plus sign that would be the easiest way to do it, as we saw in the last lecture. A way more effective way is using arrays, and we're going to take a look into that right away with an array. For the sake of showcasing another important concept, when we're talking about strings, I wanted to show you that just one more thing that is, again, not a major effect, but if you're doing a lot of things a second and you need to improve performance really, really tightly, this could become really important. So I went ahead and created a new variation of the text clock, where instead of just showing the hours, it's showing the hours in dots. The amount of hours, adding dots, moving through the amount of minutes, adding dots, and for seconds as well. So if you go into the browser itself, you'll see that you have this kind of like interesting clock going on where instead of it showing the hours, minutes, seconds, it's actually showing this dot-based logic that's updating. Okay? I also changed the CSS so things won't jump around now that we're using this logic. So what I want to do is I want to go into the code and show you what is a better way of approaching it as recommended by Google. What you want to do is instead of concatenating the string each round is actually creating an array. And inside of this array, and I'm just going to go ahead here and just create that array and just right ahead, just place the first item in the array. And then once that is done, each next step, and by the way, I want to also make sure that I'm going to define my I when I'm starting my application. I don't want to define it more than once, and I could just set here nothing and reset I again to 0 each time a new loop starts. Next step after this is I want to make sure that instead of adding into the out, because it's not a string anymore, instead of that I'm going to set an out.push, and I'll push the content into it. And literally that's all I really want to change, and I'm just going to go ahead in every single place where I have that concatenation. And instead of doing a concatenation, I'm just going to add a push into this array that we're building, this temporary array that we're building that will have all the content. So let me just finish this up. We have 2 more spots. And once we're done, we just have to also make sure that instead of pushing out the out, we'll actually join it, which I already did that in advance for us. So I will do the out and then joining it together without any space in my case. But if I wanted it to break a line, then I would just put here a break line. In this case, this works perfectly for me. If I click on save here and I go back and click on refresh, we'll see that we're going to get the same interpretation, the same execution as we had previously, only a little bit more efficient than before. All right, so that's it. Welcome to a new section. We're going way beyond the basics, and in this section we're going to dedicate some time to a lot of things. And we're going to start off with the next few lectures talking about eval, or I don't know how you even pronounce it, EVEL. Now, some of you might think it's evil. Maybe you didn't even hear about it. It's not evil. It is incredibly powerful, but overused. And we're going to look in, if you are already using it,
well, this lecture is going to be really important for you. If you don't use it already, it'll just be interesting. And over the next few lectures, we're going to talk about alternatives to eval because it's just not a good method to overuse. So let's jump right into it and understand why. And we're going to start off with saying how to not use that, and instead of that, using properties instead of eval. Some say eval, the function, is bad, some say it's good, and I say it doesn't have an inherent value. It's really just about how you use it. So I deliberately went in our code and I put two different evals that are just absolutely bad. So in our bad section, you'll find inside of our update date that we have your three variables: scope, prop, and a date. And notice how I'm using eval. If you don't know what eval is, eval enables you to send a string inside and literally just execute JavaScript that was a string as if it was JavaScript. Now the problem with the eval is every time that you call it, you're stopping the normal rendering of your code and moving it to a much slower interpreter. So we really want to avoid eval in any means and cause possible, beyond the fact that it's a really huge security risk when you're using eval, because if your property could be changed by an external anything, for example, if it's a user input or anything of the sort, then that user could gain access to your server as if they're internally from your server. Where a lot of security patches are there to try to prevent third parties from attacking your site. Whenever it's you doing it, there's a lot less security involved. So you really want to avoid eval both from a security perspective, but also from a performance perspective. Now, what we're seeing here is basically that supposedly we had a property that came in, imagine it was from the server or from a user or something of that nature. And then that property or that content that is sent in from the user is supposed to now trigger a property to get us that property. So what we are doing, or basically we're concatenating a local variable named scope and concatenating into it the property that is being sent. In this case, it's this array that we already had and pre-configured earlier. By combining them together and creating an eval, we could get that property combined together and place it inside of our a dates, which we could then continue using it as if it was as if we just wrote that this dot a underscore a dates. So let's see how could we do it not in this way if we got a property that came externally. It's actually incredibly easy and incredibly simple. One of the stuff here, I have here this bad example of that bad use case. And in this bad use case, imagine that we still are getting this property from outside, which is the a date. But instead of using an eval, all we really have to do is approach that scope, or really in this case, we could just approach this directly, and then use a bracket and send inside that property, which is a string, any other object's property. So right now we're just approaching that property, which is called that specific string, which is called this value. So that's how you create it without an eval. It's also more secure. It also works more efficiently and faster because the browser knows how to interpret this way faster than it would an eval. And that's how you avoid using evals in general. In our next lesson, we're going to take another look at evals and another common usage of eval and see how could we avoid using it in that case as well. Eval, the non-evil item that we try to avoid. We've started looking into properties in the last lecture. In this one, we're going to move into functions or methods and see how could we trigger methods or functions without using eval. And we're going to do that immediately. Another very common place where we'll see eval is when when developers, junior developers mainly, are trying to call functions and trigger them. Again, the security implications are high beyond the performance issues of slowing down the processing of your calls. So in this case, we see that I'm calling the function start clocks, doing basically the whole command and triggering an eval, which will then start our clocks in our bad example. Let's move into our good example and see how could we do this without using eval. Now it is incredibly easy as well. What I'm going to do is instead of calling this globally, I could go ahead and just call window.startClocks. Now by doing that, and I'm just going to save this, every global function is sitting in the global scope, which is sitting inside of our window. So if I save this and just go back and click on refresh in our good example, you'll see that our good example still works and everything is still appropriate. Now, if you're asking yourself, well, that's nice, but how do we get to stuff that are even deeper inside? For example, let's say this is something that is not in the global scope. Well, the good news in that is incredibly simple as well. You could literally just go to your console just to see this, log, and I could go to my window and just add everything that I would add before as if it's a property of the global scope, which it is. And in that case, if I run this and just go into my application and click on refresh, we'll see that I'll have here that function visible in our console. So that's it. That's really one of your best ways of avoiding using eval, by literally just sticking to not using it. And not that eval is evil, but 99% of the times it's just not needed. And these are examples of cases where it's just not needed. In general, it's always a good idea to try to avoid it unless you're an advanced developer, even though it saves time. Well, that's it for this topic. So far, we looked at alternatives to eval that were about things that are in existence already, properties, functions. Now, what would happen if we want to create a new function? Yes, we could do it with eval, but it is a big security risk. We've talked about that already. The big security risk is, what if someone could hack into that access to the code that you just created and then piggyback and do things such as sending data away from your server? It is that dangerous if you're doing it incorrectly, such as enabling the user to gain access to a variable that is then being evaluated. What stops the user then from talking to your server as if he's in your server, manipulating it? In this lecture, we're going to look at how could you create a new function without giving that level of access to the user. That's a big one. So we're going to do that using a new function. Let's jump right into it and see how to do it. It's more effective, it's more secure, and it's also better processor intensively. Oh, so it's a win-win-win. So far, all of our uses of eval were or to get a reference to a property or to trigger a function. Now, in this case, you can see that I'm using here an eval to actually create a function. So you have here a variable called fun, and then I'm creating an eval command that is literally creating the function, which by then I'm calling the iTalkTo. So if I save this and we go back into our browser and just click on our bad sample, we'll see that I talked to you and he said, I talked to you. And you can literally see it in the console here, where basically I'm sending in a property, which is called copy. And I'm calling through the console that copy, but also returning that value. And I'm also consoling it. So I'm just showing you that in-depth of how to use eval. Now, again, security issue, also speed issue. So if we avoid using eval and instead of that use something built-in options, then we're going to be saving on processing. So let's move into our good example. And I'm going to go here into that fun eval and between line 17 to 20 right now in my code. And I'm going to go ahead and what I want to do is I'm going to comment out that eval. And instead of that, I want to show you how to create the exact same thing using new function instead. As function is also basically a built-in class in JavaScript. So function, I'm going to put here an explicit string that says what will be the name of the first parameter. And for the second string, I'm literally just going to put inside the body of the function. And if I go ahead here and just place that body right inside there, inside of our new function, then that's all I'll have to do. And I'll have here a function that will be creating exactly the same thing as we had with our eval. I talked to you. He said, I talked to you. Literally the exact same thing, only better performance. And also from a security perspective, a lot safer. All right. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is if you had more than one property, you could literally just go ahead and just put here more properties. So you could go ahead and put here another one, just literally putting strings. The last one is always the body, and anything leading before would be the attributes that this function would expect. So you could literally do a lot of damage, a lot of amazing things using the new function. And that's another really good example of how could you avoid using eval and instead of that using new function in a case where you have to create a new function. Now, what's nice about this is when you're using eval and you're not planning on creating a new function, you have a security risk because someone could create literally a new function and start communicating with your server and maybe sending it on to a different place. Once we scrapped out our eval and instead of using eval, we used in the samples we saw before, we used for properties, we used the object model to basically have your basically an object and send into it the key inside of it to call that specific object. Or literally, when we wanted to call the function, then we made sure that we were calling it with the window and then send inside the key that we wanted to call, which was the function name, and then trigger it. Now that's exactly the same thing that we're doing here,
in these cases, we're cutting off the possibility that someone will manipulate our code because they can't manipulate. All they could do is call. In this case, we're creating a function that has a lot more features. So inside of here, there is a risk that someone might be able to take over your code. So obviously, you would only use this once you would securely feel that you could have this inside of this function. But beyond that, it's not triggering automatically. So even if someone tried to trigger this automatically, they couldn't, because the only time this would be triggered would be whenever you're calling it. So it's another security measure that makes your code safer, and it makes it also work faster. And that's it. That's all we have to talk about evals. We're done with that topic. See you in the next lecture. One of the most common things you'll find in JavaScript is anonymous functions. They're bad. They really are bad. They can become incredibly bad because when it comes to memory management, you could easily create an endless amount of functions that over time would crash your application. By the way, our application in our bad sample has exactly that. So if you let our bad application run for a few hours, it will crash because we left there deliberately quite a few memory leaks. So one of the stuff that we want to do is also from a performance perspective, every function that is defined and has a name would work better, but it makes it easier for us also to get rid of it if we want to, and it makes it easier for us to think about function as reusable things. We don't want to create functions that are only going to be used once. Yes, there are exceptions once in a while, but they should not be the rule. Let's jump right into it and see how could we create better without anonymous function, improving our performance and improving overall our strategy when building web applications or applications in general. I often get asked, what is better, an anonymous function or a regular function? Now, before I answer that question, I want to just make sure that you all know what the difference between the two are. A regular function is the function that you well know, which is the function name, the word function, then its name, and then its whole structure. An anonymous function, on the other hand, is a function that is standalone that could be attached to a variable or not. So it's a function that is standalone on its own. You have here an equal sign. There is no name to the function, but we're actually assigning it to a variable or a built-in variable or any other component. Now, to answer the question, is this better or that better? The real answer is it doesn't really matter. There's a few differences between the browsers, but nothing that should make you be too concerned about it. With that said, I'm just going to go ahead and if I didn't want to do it in that way, I would make sure that my function would have a name on ready, and I would then go to the bottom of my JavaScript or really anywhere else in my JavaScript, and I would call the on ready. So now, does it matter? Not very much, but it is a good idea to try to reduce the amount of times you create them, not because it's a matter of a performance, but just getting used to the idea that if you were inside of a loop, for example, and you were looping through, and we don't have here any loops in this example currently. Oh, here you go. If we had here a loop and we were creating a function each time, then that would be a big no-no. And that's really the big place where performance issues would get hit. So if you're having some sort of functionality and you're actually creating that anonymous function inside of a for loop, what you're actually doing is creating multiple instances of that function and then adding a lot of weight into your application. So really where it really counts is not to create anonymous functions inside of loops. And in those cases, make sure you create a global function or a function that you could refer to, because referral to a function is a lot less cumbersome on any system than actually creating a new function 100 times, obviously. All right, so that's it about the differences between anonymous functions and regular functions, and we'll see you in the next lecture. So far, we've been looking into many things related to improving our performance, and all of our code is sitting in an object-oriented wrapper. We didn't really talk about it too much, and I actually have a whole fabulous title with Pack. If you just search up my name on the Pack website or where you purchase the course, and you'll find my course about object-oriented programming, which will be a wonderful extra if you don't know it, and very powerful. Now, in this lecture, I just want to talk about a very common mistake people do when they're building an object-oriented code. So I'm assuming that you know it, object-oriented coding, and we're going to talk about the importance of where do you define your properties and methods when it comes to object-oriented coding. So let's take a look at it. I want to steer our attention now to some object-oriented
practices that are just better than the bad ones. So in our bad sample, you're going to see that when we're creating new objects, and I'm going to take here just an example such as the new clock, which is a clock. Here we go. And in that clock, you can see we have a property which is called version that is getting a static value. The static value is true to any clock, not only to this specific clock. And that's why it's not a good idea to put it in the constructor. Same applies for the tick function and update function. All these functions are going to be created every single time a clock is created, but their content remains the same. Now, in our case, because our clock, really we're only creating 3 clocks, it's not a big deal. But if we were creating 100 different clocks, if we were creating something that had a lot of instances, creating all these duplications of content is counterintuitive, especially when there's nothing specifically unique about them that need them to be created from scratch. And that's why we want to put them into the prototype chain, and I want to show you how to do that. So basically, if I'm going to go to my clock, instead of setting that variable directly inside, I could go literally right underneath after I set the properties of my clock itself. Here's our first item, and I'm going to go ahead here and just set that version, but set it directly inside of the prototype of the clock. Now, by doing this, I'm basically not duplicating this value and recreating it every time we're creating a clock, but creating a reference that has every single clock will have access to it. Now, once in runtime, if someone changes the value inside of the version, then it will be the value that would be changed for that specific clock. But it's a lot more efficient. Now, not only that, same applies also for different methods. So if we go inside of our text clock, you will find in the text clock constructor, if I find it, let's find it, text clock constructor, you're going to see that we have here our text format or formatting our output. So the same applies here, but because we're doing inheritance here, we're going to want to do this after we import that prototype from our clock. And once we're done with that, right underneath that, I'm going to go ahead and basically set it to be inside of our prototype. Now, if you're new to object-oriented programming in general or don't know it, don't worry about this session too much, but do follow up and check one of my titles with Packet, which is all about object-oriented JavaScript, where you will learn with the same source code, you're going to learn how we build it and understand all the different critical concepts when it comes to building object-oriented programs. But without further ado, I'm just going to save this and show you that these changes are not going to break our code. So just as much as our old bad code is still ticking in our bottom clock, we're going to see that in our new code, everything is still ticking, everything is still working, and we're doing it in a much more efficient way. We're in a new section dedicated to loops and arrays, starting off with loops and the most critical question that I get asked almost every day. What loop is better? Let's answer that question. This chapter is dedicated to loops. And I've added another loopy kind of clock here, a visual clock that has a lot of visual things going on in it. Now, before we even start this chapter, I wanted to say something really important. One of the most common questions students ask me many times is, what's better, a for loop, a while loop, a do while, and so forth? The answer is very simple. In JavaScript, it really doesn't matter. It might have a long time ago, but most, if not all, browsers have been optimized to improve their flow no matter what type of loop you're using. A lot of different programming language encourage you not to use the for loop. I, on the other hand, say use the for loop because it's a lot more intuitive. It makes it easy for you to approach and understand what's actually what. We'll talk further about what could you do to improve your for loop. For one is don't define your variables inside of the for loop, but define them up above with all the other variables. Same goes if you're getting a length, and this is something static already, right? It's not changing while the loop is going on. So extract that into a local variable so there's no need to call an object. That way you're only calling an object once. So stuff of that nature are really going to help small things and improve your performance. But
we're going to approach them just generically, as we're saying in general. Just keep your variables simples. Approach objects the least amount that you have to. Create variables up above while you're creating everything else. So that's it about globally loops. But within the topic of loops, there is a really big topic, which is the topic of how do you create loops that are more efficient and smarter? Because your loops is really the place where your code is probably where it should be the most efficient that you could, because that's where you're doing a lot of code that re-executes itself over and over. And that's exactly the topic that we're going to be looking at throughout this chapter. How do you make loops that are better, smarter, and how do you cut down loops whenever you don't need to? Until now, we talked about big topics. We have a big topic right now, but instead of it being theoretical, we're going to go hands-on. And really, I want to go back to something that Albert Einstein said. Not an exact quote. He basically said if you can't explain it simply, then you're not really explaining it well, even if it's very complicated. And that's exactly how your code should look like. Simple code should be simple to read. Not only simple to read, but in that case, a complicated concept that looks complicated, most probability is that you overcomplicated it. In this lecture, we're going to go back into our code and try to make it better, focusing on performance, focusing on places such as loops where they're the most highly intensive performance-wise. So let's jump right into it and see what I mean. Our main topic in this chapter is for loops and arrays, which they kind of correlate with each other very deeply. So let's jump right into it. And what I want you to do is just go into the bad or the good editor. And really what's happening there, we added a new creative clock. I just want to walk through it really quickly. I've added a new clock. There's a few CSS attributes that are related to it. And the creative clock does a few things. It just draws a lot of stuff. And I want to just make sure that you're familiar with the logic. We're overriding the update clock function method. And what we're doing inside of here is we're basically looping through to remove all items, all circles that were created previously. Then we go ahead and we're actually adding circles for hours, for minutes, and seconds, and we're reusing a format digits function. This format digits function is taking the width, the height, and then it loops through the count of the amount of the time that we're in right now and creating a new div dynamically based on the actual hour, minute, or seconds class. So in this case, we have here a CSS class for hours, for minutes, for seconds, and it loops through them, adds them in, changes their left and top properties, adds them to the body, and then pushes them into our aCircles method. Throughout the next few videos, we're going to walk through and improve the performance of this new addition that we added into our sample. So let's jump right into it. And the first thing I want you to notice, besides the fact that in our good sample, I've already set it in the right way using prototypes, but beyond that, we have here some stuff that are just not very logical. One of them is we're approaching the jQuery object three times actually, because every time we call the format digits, we're actually fetching the width and height again. But is that really needed? No, absolutely not, because the width and height are already static at this stage. They're already, in all these three calls, our width and height would be the same. So a more logical scenario would be to basically add here attributes of width and height and pass them in as parameters. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to grab our variables, extract them out, put them inside of our definitions of our variables. I'm going to go right ahead there and do that. And instead of creating each variable separately like we talked about before, we want to stack them together. Beyond that, I could see a var for my eye. So I'm going to go ahead there and also put him in place, get rid of that extra definition there. Already, we're already doing one step better. Now we want to send those attributes. So I'm just going to go ahead and send that as a third and fourth parameter for width, for our height. And that way we're not approaching an object and fetching the information and those calculations twice, but only fetching it once. Perfect. So we're already improving our code, even though maybe it looks like it's a little bit more, but we're improving it because we're not calling this logic, this calculation, this execution more than once. All right, so we just cut down we improved our performance slightly already. At this stage, again, we want to make sure that we're setting our variables at the top, and I could go ahead here and just delete that, and I could comment that out and put here a div as well, and I could get rid of that definition that's right there. So you see what all these small stuff are slowly improving our for loop. Another thing that we probably would note here is that our body is being created. We're approaching our body inside of the loop. So now each round we have to fetch that body again. Wouldn't it be smarter if we created a variable for our body and just set that body already in advance? So I'm going to go ahead here, just set that body. And again, all these stuff that I'm doing here are cutting down drastically the amount of times that we're calling functions and calling external objects to retrieve information. So that's always a grand thing. Now there's a lot more things that we want to do to improve our performance, and we're going to look at them in the following videos. So we did that first pass, we cleaned out our function really drastically already. And let's move on to the next topic about what could we do beyond the basics of cleaning things out to improve our logic. We started this process in the last lecture, and really loops and any place that repeats itself in an interval is a great place to try to improve your code. And that's exactly what we're going to continue doing in this lecture, is going into loops and saying, and asking ourselves, does this have to be inside of the loop? Is there any other way? Anything we could extract out of a loop is always a good thing. And let's see how we do that. In the last lecture, I made a small mistake as we were wrapping things up. When I copy pasted the for loop, I actually added also the var definition twice, which is a big no-no. So if we just delete that in case you haven't caught that yourself as well, and click on refresh, and your application should come back and work. Now, the main topic of this lecture is actually really cool, and it really comes down to design planning, because performance has a lot to do with the way you plan your code as well. In this case, it doesn't really matter too much because we're running, let's say, 200, 300 animations every single second. Our computer could process it without any problem. But the less we do, the more things we could do. And in this case, is it beneficial for us that everything is changing every single second? Probably not, because no one could really understand this creative clock. No one could actually even probably get and know that our seconds is the yellow and the minutes are the red and the black are the hours. They might at some point, but it's not going to be easy to recognize. What if instead of that we only updated what changed, or how about we reset everything once a minute and only update the seconds? Now by doing that and making that design change, we're literally cutting down the performance issues of our application, because we're not going to run as many loops and we're not going to run as many iterations of it. So if right now the hour is 23:59, then I'm running literally over 100 animations. 100 times this loop is going to run through and add items onto the stage, which is a lot of stuff. So instead of that, what I could do is cut down that dramatically by literally making sure that this only happens whenever a minute sets. So let's do that. I'm going to go ahead and just add a few variables. One of them I really want to do is just add our hours, minutes, because we're going to refer to them inside of our conditions. And I'm going to go ahead here and just do this really quickly. Hours, minutes, and seconds. And what I want to do next is literally very simple. So basically what I want to do is, first of all, for our seconds are always going to run no matter what. Our minutes and hours, we probably don't want them to change unless there was a reset. And when is there a reset? Whenever our seconds resets to 0. So in that case, what I really want to do is I want to wrap that idea of removing our circles to only happen whenever our seconds equals 0. Now notice how I'm putting here 3 equals, because we know exactly what type of data is there. There's no need for us to have an extra comparison, so we're having an explicit comparison as we talked about previously. All right, so this on its own already is going to dramatically cut down a lot of our performance issues, but we do have another challenge here. And the next challenge is literally that we need to make sure that our seconds is not going to update each time from position. We don't want it to add the amount of seconds that we're in. Because if we run our application right now, although it's probably going to work, relatively going to work. So after that first second comes in, you're going to see, first of all, the minutes are not coming in at all, but don't worry about that first second, because that's only going to happen once we hit that 0, and only when we hit the 0, all the minutes, hours, seconds is going to join. But the problem that we have now is every second that goes in, we're adding 6 blocks, 7 blocks, 8 blocks. Really what we want to happen is only add one item at a time. So let's go back into our code and let's tweak it a little bit. What I want to do is I want to add here into our format digits, I want to add here another property. I'm going to add here a third property, which will define from what position do we want to start.
If our seconds are 0, we're going to call this nonetheless. If the seconds are not 0, then we're going to go ahead and call it as well, but we really want to make sure that we're never going to put a value that's below 0. So I'm going to put here for SI index, the amount of seconds minus 1. Now, if our seconds is 1, perfect, then our second index will be 0, so our loop will run from position 0 to position 1. If our seconds is 50, beautiful, then it'll run from 49 to 50, aka only run once. Now, what will happen in the case where it's 0? In that case, our index will turn to be minus 1, which is not a value that we want. But because we already have a condition for s equals 0, we could go ahead and only in that situation reset that value to be 0, basically making sure that our index will move to 0. Beyond that, in our case, really, in that situation, we really don't even want to call the seconds, we just want to get rid of the seconds. So what we could do is, even without even resetting it, we could literally just take our seconds logic and literally just push it and be only if that if condition was not true. So only if our if condition was above 0, then we would call our seconds. And last but not least, what we would want to do is put inside our SI, which is our seconds in, and update and make sure that we're not calling these functions more than once because we already set them inside of those variables. So I could put here our hours, I could put here my minutes, and I could put here my seconds. All that's left for me to do is, well, the biggest important thing for me to do is to go back into my code here and make sure that I'm not starting my index from 0, but I want to also add that second parameter. So we have your account, but before that, I want to add an index. And I want to make sure that I first set my I to be index. Now, by doing this, I'm every time conditioning it, so if I wanted to only update a few digits and not all the digits or start from a different digit, I could do that. Now, let's give it a try and see what's going on in our application. And if I'm going to go back inside here, hopefully we'll only see one yellow item being added each round, which is true. Now, we want to wait here a few seconds to see if when we reset our clock, we're really going to get the effect that we want. So let's do that. It's only a few seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. And here we go. We got our hours in and minutes, and those are not going to happen again until the time is reset again. Now, what we did here is we dramatically cut down our footprint because really what's happening, our for loop every second is only adding one item at a time. But in conditions when there is a reset, then we're literally only running the hours and minutes because we don't need to run the seconds at all. And in that case, our hours and minutes, we're going to run here only those two functions. So literally, we cut down and improved our performance dramatically already just by doing this move. Now, I want to add also another logic into our segment here. The secondary logic that I want to add in is I really want to be able to reset completely. Now, if I wanted to reset completely, and in that situation, what I really want to do is I want to basically make sure that as soon as our application knows, we'll get in our hours and minutes at least. Now, in that case, I want to basically go and find the position where I'm actually updating the clock. Basically, in our constructor, I want to call that update clock, even though that a second didn't pass, because I want to basically create a fresh update clock. Now, if I just run it like this and I go back into my application, it's not going to show me my hours and seconds because unless my digits were at 0. So I have to figure out a workaround. So I'm going to go ahead here and just, for the sake of this example, and we're going to talk about how we could do it even better in the following few lectures in the future when we talk about conditions. Add here is reset, and I'm going to set that to be true. And I'm going to go ahead and just position inside of if our I equals 0, or this is reset. Now, if I run this, you'll see that the hours and seconds will be added in, but the problem is, first of all, we still have a small issue that our seconds is not appearing. Now, in our case, if we wanted to, we could have added here a small little if condition. We could have asked if our seconds is not 0. So if seconds not equals 0, then we could go ahead here and we could format our digits as well. And we're going to go right in here and just reset our conditions, basically forcing it to go to 0 as well. So only if our seconds equals 0, then we're calling it. That initial problem that we had, but beyond that, we also want to make sure that our clock is not resetting each time as it is right now. And to solve that problem, what we're going to do is just make sure that we're killing that is reset and setting it to be false right after. Now, Again, what we've done here, there's a lot of things that we could improve. It's the logic, but we're deliberately keeping it right now because in future chapters, we're going to revisit this logic and improve it even further. But without further ado, much smarter, much more efficient clock that automatically puts the hours and the minutes and only adds seconds. And then whenever there is a reset, resets our view. So that's it for this lecture. Over the remaining lectures in this chapter, we're going to be talking about arrays. Now, as a subtopic of this lecture is the topic of memory leaks. And that is probably the most critical thing you want to get rid of to improve your performance. The most common place to find them is inside of array manipulation, inside of loops, and inside of user interaction or time. So it's like 4 major critical areas where you want to put a lot of focus on. Let's look into arrays in a common place where you could, by mistake with an array, create a memory leak. Besides the given and incredibly easy to notice memory loops, when it comes to loops in general, is that when you have a loop and you have a memory leak, most of the time your application will just immediately crash or you'll get a JavaScript error. That's not the case with memory leaks when it comes to arrays or when it comes to things that are progressively, slowly going to kill your application. Now, if you're running an application and you're only testing it for 5 minutes, then you probably wouldn't see it. But this application will crash at some point in time, and I want to show you why. And hopefully even if you don't know why, let's see why. Now, when we're looking here and everything seems to be fine, but really our problem in our code is right here. Every time we reset our seconds, what we're doing is we're removing all the items from the stage, but what we're not doing is resetting our array at all. So in this case, if I go back to that circles, if I could track back to that element, so if I try to do that, let's see, where would we find it? It would be very hard to get it. But you could trust me on this one because I don't want to waste your time in resetting and refreshing the screen too many times. But what's basically going on here, and I'm just going to go ahead here just to show it to you one time. In our loop, just before we run our application, I'm going to put here a console.log, and I'm just going to go ahead and just fetch the length of our array. Now, we would assume that every time there is a reset that number would then truncate, right? So we would expect to get the value of 0 each time we run this. But we won't. Instead of getting a value of 0, what is actually going to happen is every time our application is reset, every time we will cross that 30-second line, and the first time around we have 0. Beautiful, that's exactly what we were expecting. But as this is running, let's just go through it and explain it. Because we're not resetting our array at no point in time, because we're not getting rid of it, and in that case, how do we get rid of it? We could just go ahead and create a new array, for example, and just get rid of the reference that was there, or we could reset its length. And that's really what I want to show you how to do in this process. Is one thing is you might want to do is you might want to go ahead and just create, and I'm just going to go ahead and just because probably 30 seconds passed, and you'll see that we're not only that we're not at 0, we're at 82 now. And every single round, we're going to be adding at least 82 items into our array. So how do we solve this? One way we could solve this very easily is going to our array after we removed all our elements and literally just reset it and put there a new array, a new empty array again, just the way we did it initially when we created our array. Another way around this is instead of resetting our array in this kind of setup that we're setting up right now, we could literally go ahead and a very, very smart solution is to go to length, instead of creating a new object each time, going to the length of our array and setting it to 0. By setting our length to 0, we are also improving performance because we're not creating a new object each round. By doing this, we're going to make sure that every time our array loop ends, I'm just going to do our console again, log, and we're going to log out our length. We're going to basically reset our length back to 0. So every single time, every single minute that passes, our application should then refresh at 0, even though we have reset it. And not only that, we're also not creating a new object each time. And we're reducing again that need of a bigger footprint because we're not creating another object. And this is exactly what you want to do inside of your loops to try to figure out where, especially inside of loops, especially in places that are happening every second, like this clock tick, make sure that you go through critical items that are easy to miss, such as arrays, make sure that they're getting reset. Make sure that you don't have something that's continuously growing, because if you have stuff that are continuously growing, they could be incredibly hard to find out if you're not paying attention. So make sure whenever you're adding arrays that you're always resetting them whenever you're resetting them, and you're not only resetting their content. Now, if we take a peek at our application once that second's passed, now we're 5, 3, 2, 1, we're going to see that we're going to be back at 0, and we just killed a memory leak. So our application could run now for 5, 10 days. It won't matter. It's not going to crash because we got rid of our memory leak. We're not done in improving and making our application better, but we're done with this topic of controlling your memory leaks and arrays, as we visited how to reset an array and so how to reset it in a better way. See you in the next lecture where we continue talking about arrays. In the last lecture, we took our first peek into arrays, really focusing on them. In this lecture, we continue with that focus, asking what is the best way to define an array and why. Let's jump right into it. In the last lesson, we saw about the importance of not creating a memory leak with your arrays. I want to take it a step further and talk about pre-allocating the size of your array. And the idea behind it is simple. If the size of your array is changing all the time, then JavaScript can't really define that this is going to be the length of this array. It turns into a hot object. A hot object is an object that's changing all the time. In our case, there can't be more than 60 seconds in a second. There can't be more than 60 minutes in an hour. There can't be more than 24 hours in a day. So we don't need to have an array that's endlessly growing. What if instead of that, we just created 3 arrays for our hours, minutes, and seconds and predefined how much items they could have? To do that, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and go inside of this if a circles, and instead of that, I'm going to call this if circles. And if we don't have our circles, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new circles, and I'm going to set it as an object. And in this object, literally what I'm going to go ahead here, I'm just going to put here equal sign. And in this object, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those acronyms, the circle H, and for our circle H, I'm going to create a new array. And I'm going to explicitly say to it, by the way, your length is going to be 24 items. I'm going to go ahead and do the exact same thing for our minutes and our seconds. So for our minutes, we want it to be 60 minutes total. For our seconds, we want it to be 60 as well. But really, if we want to be specific, it's probably going to be 59 because we're never going to have 60 items on the stage. We would always have up to 59 items. So we created our arrays. Now that we created our arrays, every time that we reset them, first of all, we also have to make them work, right? So the next step in our array, because we're sending the same acronym name, we could literally go ahead and approach those items using our referral. So in our format digits, I could go ahead here and add another variable, and I'll call this variable, let's say A for our array. And literally, I'm going to go to my this circles and fetch the class itself, because the class itself is also going to be the referral for our array. So now we have direct access to our array. We don't need to refer to it anymore in this long name, by the way, cutting down another performance related issue. And we could push into our array the item. Now, pushing is a bad idea now because we have a length. Beyond the fact that pushing is triggering a function, which we don't need. Instead of that, we could just approach the object itself that's sitting in the position of the current index that we are in, and literally just assign that div to that specific index. Now, by doing that, we're cutting the need to use a function. We're improving performance again because we're working with an array that is literally an object, and we're not creating new elements anymore. Now, the only problem that we might have is we might create a memory leak if we forget to remove that item from the stage before we remove it from the array. We could definitely have a situation where we're adding into the same index an item more than once. But once the item has been on the stage and then we lose that referral, we might forget to actually remove it from our element. So that is definitely a risk that we have to make sure that we're not gonna break. The next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that when we are resetting, one is also in our reset mode, we want to make sure that we're going to loop through not only the items that are in one array, but to loop through every single one of our arrays. So to do that, we want to go through and literally just copy this for loop. and go ahead here and just create it 3 times. And what we want to do is we want to go ahead and follow through from going from the circle to the minutes to the seconds. Literally, instead of circles, we're going to go ahead here. And by the way, what we could do probably to make things a little bit easier is to create here a loop. Basically create here, I'm going to go ahead here and just create here a quick little array, or even better, I could loop through this object. So I'm going to do here, and let me just comment this out for a second, just so we could kind of do this live and figure it out together. So we're going to create a little memory leak, and that's fine for a minute. And what I want to do is I want to do a for loop, but this time around, go inside every single for var item in this circle. And I'm going to go ahead here and just console log our item. And really what I'm doing here is I'm going to create basically a double loop here, because what I want to do is, and I just want to make sure that I don't have here any error, 245, because I put here a semicolon instead of putting here a comma, and nothing. Let's save that, run it one more time. And we have here still at line 245. Let's see what else we have here that is wrong. Oh, we have to put here colon. I completely messed up the structure of our object creation because I broke the line here, which I usually don't do. So I kind of by mistake treated it as if it was a function. All right, so that was okay. So we're getting those values that we were hoping to get. All that's left for us to do is literally run through them now with an internal loop. And let me just do that really quickly. We want to loop through all those items inside. And what we want to do is refer back to them. And I'm just going to go ahead here and just quickly, as we were saying, we want to make sure that we're adding all of our variables up above. So I'm going to have your item, and I'm going to have your also a for our array. And I'm going to go ahead here and get a reference to our specific array that we're inside. And I'm going to go ahead here, get a specific reference for our array. And now we're going to loop through our array length, and we're going to remove any item that is inside of it. Now, we are definitely going to have an issue here, because when we're looping and we're going through every single item inside of the array, we're going to approach an item that doesn't exist at some point. Now, when we approach an item that doesn't exist, we're definitely going to generate an error. So if we come here and we click on refresh, we'll see that it's going to kind of work, but not really, because a.remove is not a function. Okay, that's fair enough, because we had to go to AI, right? That's easy enough. But not only that's an error, beyond that, we have another error, and that error is that we're getting to items that are not defined. So to solve the problem of if the item is not defined, is we want to make sure that if the item is defined. And if it is not defined, so if AI is defined, so we're going to do this. If it is not defined, that means we already reached the bottom of this case and we want to break out of it. So we don't have to continue traveling through the rest of our array. But what we do want to do is every time we remove an item, right after we remove that item, we also want to clear its position. So I'm going to go ahead here and go to my AI, and I'm going to set its content to be null. All right, so we're emptying out that specific item without resetting it, because we don't want to reset it. We just want to get rid of it. We don't want to have a reference to that item any longer. So if we click on and save and go back into our application and click on refresh, we should get back our application on its feet, and it should be back up and running. Now, we went through all this process to really talk about two critical things. One, we want to avoid using the push. We don't want to use push, because if we're referring to things directly, we're cutting down the performance on the normal iteration, because this function happens a lot more often than this function of the reset. So even though our reset is a lot more complicated, it's fine, because our reset doesn't happen more than once a minute, while this happens every single second. So the more we could cut down on the logic that's going on inside of here, the better. While this logic, we probably want to, it's okay if we make it more complicated, because we're pushing our complexities, and we're pushing it to a place that doesn't happen as often. And that's part of the logic and part of the workflow that you want to think about when you're creating content. So that's it for this lecture. That's it about arrays in general, but we're definitely not done with talking about how to improve and make your logic better inside of an array. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm just going to delete that. And I'm going to make sure that I delete that, and I'm going to just comment that so you can have a reference to it to remember how to reset an array. And we'll see you in the next lecture where we continue talking about improving our logic flow. One of my core philosophies as a developer is to be agile as a developer, which means is not to overplan. Plan the structure, the big picture, and then as I build, modify that logic. And the reason behind it is because once you start creating it, you're going to create things that are wrong just by the nature of needing to create. And it's really impossible to plan everything in advance. Part of the process of going through your code is going through and always improving your code that you created. Coding in many ways is like art. You create it, then you improve it and improve it and improve it as you're going through the process of the creation. Now in this lecture, that's exactly what we're going to do, and our focus is going to be again on loops, on arrays, on places where we know that we're not as efficient as we should be. Now this is a very common thing if you're refactoring code that exists already or building on your own, to always go back and revisit the code that you've created as you're adding new features and asking yourself each time, could I do this a little bit better? Well, let's do it a little bit better. Throughout this chapter, we've been talking about arrays and loops, and I want to dedicate a little bit more time to them. Now, in last lesson, we were talking about how much better what we were creating was, but really, I want you every single time you create an array, every single time you create a loop, think, is there a way for me to do this without it? Many times there won't be, but do spend a minute or two to think, is there a way to do it without it? Now, even before watching this video, I recommend that you pause it, look at the code for a second and think, is there something you could do to get rid of a few loops? Is there something you could do to get rid of our array? Now, let's jump into it and see what I mean. Now, in this case, what's happening is I'm creating this circles object that has 3 arrays inside of it, and then we're looping through in this relatively complicated logic to get rid of all the items one by one. We're also storing them inside of our array. And I want to show you a very simple solution. What we could have done, improved our performance as well, but beyond that also improved the clarity of our code. So I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of this A item completely, because we're even not going to create our circles anymore. Not only that, we're also not going to loop through to get rid of them. And instead of that, what we're going to do is something incredibly simple. I'm going to go to jQuery, and I'm going to request to get all the items that follow this rule. So only in the case of a reset, I want to get all the circles, all the minutes. And as this happens only once a minute, this is a much better solution because we have a lot less variables running. We have a lot less logic running, and this seems a much more efficient way to just ask to, okay, let's just remove all these items. Now, we could have also, if we wanted to make it even better, we could have put all the items inside of specific buckets, inside of specific divs. And then instead of needing to search through all the items, we could have literally just have a div that had an ID that was for circles, for hours, an ID that was for minutes, an ID that was for seconds. And then we could have got rid of them anytime we wanted to. But I'm just going to keep it this way, and you could definitely explore that option. And now that we're getting removing these items in this way, we don't need an array. We have less probability or no probability of a memory leak because we're getting rid of all the items every single minute, every time our seconds is 0. And beyond that, we don't need this array call anymore, nor do we need this referral anymore. So literally, we're cutting down a lot of extra logic that is just not needed. And this is exactly the type of things that you want to be thinking about. What could you do to cut down a loop? What could you do to cut down an if condition? What could you do to cut down an array? Is there a solution that enables you to do more with less, and with less logic, and with less loops, and with less thinking that's going on inside of your application? Admittedly, there is logic that's going on inside of jQuery that's running all this logic of the removal. But if we would have all of our items sitting in a specific bucket, if we put all our items, instead of putting all our items inside of the body directly, so if we go inside here and look at it, we're putting all our items directly inside of our body. If instead of putting all the items inside of our body, for example, we would put all of our items inside of our base clock. If we would put all our items inside of our base clock, let's do that for a second. And if I went ahead here and I just fetched our base clock, And let's run it just for a second to see if everything is still working. We'll see that it's not, because we're not putting it in the right container, most probability. And inside of our body, if we went inside of here and actually set it, we would see that in our base clock, our logic is not hitting the mark. Well, that is because we're not approaching the item itself with its identifier. But if we go ahead and put it with the identifier, it is working. Only problem is it's not sitting in the right position in our frame. But if we chose to do that, then our logic would be a lot more simple, because then we could literally just go to that base clock, literally go ahead there and go to that specific item and get rid of all of its content. Literally, we could have just approached that item and set it based on its ID.
If we would put that base ID, then all of our animations would sit in one place. But because our clock that was created as part of this object-oriented course of Packet that you could find, this clock specifically, each clock has an ID, also to use for jQuery and also for our HTML, and also just globally we could access that item by just going to its ID. So how about we leverage that? Because if we do that, each clock, each seconds, minutes, and seconds, minutes, hours, will have a separate bucket, which will enable us very easily to remove content from that specific bucket if we choose to do so. So let's go back, and instead of working with the base clock, let's go ahead and take advantage of the fact that each item has an ID.
So we could have gone to this .id. That way, if we had a few items, it would still work. And I would just go to this .id and add our items to our this.id as well. Now, all that's missing for me right now is making sure that my CSS of this item is also positioned inside the right position. What's missing here again is that I'm not putting my hashtag, which is really, really critical. So I'm going to put here that hashtag, and I need to put that also in our item when we're removing all our items. So, these are the small little bugs that are sometimes easier just when you're looking, but every time you add an item, you click on refresh, it a lot of times helps you see whenever you have that type of problem. But that's exactly the type of places where you could generate a memory leak that might not be something that you want. So if I'm just going to go here and just click here console log just to see that item. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm getting a referral to that item that I want, and making sure that this item is exactly the item that we're going to need for our application. If I click here, just refresh, just to see if I'm getting the right item in my console, we'll see that we have here our clock base. It is the right item, but even though it is the right item, when I'm looking at it inside of my body, am I getting those items to be added into our clock base? No. What's actually happening is, because I'm using the remove command up here, it is not relevant now. Instead of using the remove command, I would want to use maybe our HTML and set the value to be empty. Or I would want to call and empty out our HTML. And that's exactly the type of stuff that you have to make sure that you're doing in the right way. But this is even more logical, because we're only finding one item and then we're just deleting all the content from it. So if I go ahead here and I just click on refresh really quickly, we're going to see that now our items are working. All that's left for me to do is to set up my CSS and make sure that my element inside of my clock base, its position, even though that its position is absolute, that the items that are being added into the stage as well are not going to be offset by anything. So if we have here anything that would make our items offset, then we would want to solve that. So I'm going to do that in my break, fix the CSS, and we'll take a peek at it as we start looking at a new topic. As you probably noticed by now, this whole session is dedicated less to theory and more to action. And again, we're going to look into our code and think, does it really have to be there? And I ask you to do that with your code as well, especially with if conditions. So if you encounter an if condition or any condition inside of a loop, ask yourself, do I have a way to do this without an if? Without an exception to the rule? Because that exception to the rule is going to be called upon every single iteration of your array. And that's what we're going to look into in this lecture. Is there any way for us to extract that break of the rule out of our for loop? Let's do it. All right, before we move on to the last topic of this chapter, I wanted to fix that problem that we have with our layout. So let's go ahead and do that. And to fix the problem with the layout, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and just take our div and just basically remove it out from the content area and have it sit on its own like that. I don't even have to change anything in the CSS for our application to continue working. So if I go back and just click on refresh, our layout should work itself out. And now we should have a much better configuration than we did before. All right. So now before we continue onwards, what I want to do next is I want to go back into our application and just talk about our last topic. Now we want to reduce the amount of if conditions in general when we're running our application. Now, for example, in this case, we have here an if condition that asks if it's ticking, then our update clock happens. But this logic means that this if condition needs to be asked every single second. Now, we're not going to fix that one. We're going to go ahead and show you how to fix this is reset, which for sure should only happen once. But I encourage you also to find a way to get rid of this if condition. The more ifs you could get rid of, the better. So let's take a look at this reset, which we created a few lectures ago. Which we did is we set a temporary variable and then disabled that temporary variable. We did that because we wanted to reset our application. Now, instead of that, what I want to do is I'm going to get rid of that reset rule. And I want to see what could we do to basically force a reset. To force a reset, all we really need to do is set our seconds to be 0. Now, one option that I could do is basically manually force a set of 0 and then get a reset. Another way around it is to basically wait it out, but that would be a really bad idea. So what we could do is literally create a fake variable for our time, set the wrong time inside of it, basically forcing our application to reset its digits. Once our digits have been reset and all of our original settings have been set, then we could run our application and have the seconds run. Do we mind that if the application was running at 40 seconds that the user will see those 40 seconds? Not as much for the seconds as we do about our hours and minutes. So that could be our solution. So to solve that solution, what I would basically do is create here a temporary variable for our date, fetch the date object. Then what I want to do is I want to create override our date object and put inside of it a fake value. Really, in this case, what I want to do is I want to create here an object and literally create those functions of the get hours, get minutes, get seconds, and literally have it basically, all right, so for our get hours, I want to create a get hours function. Let me just go ahead here and just create it. And for our function, what we really want to do is we want to return our temporary object that we have there and just get our hours back. So that's all good. We want to do the exact same thing also for our minutes and also for our seconds. But for our seconds, we want to make sure that the value that comes back is 0. So for our minutes, we're going to set here get minutes. And also we want to make sure that we're actually triggering the function and not only referring to it. And I'm going to go ahead and also, last but not least, get seconds. And I'm going to send in 0, forcing a reset. Now, this force of a reset, we only want to happen once. And literally once this application completes, once this update clock is done, that first update clock, then we want to reset back our clock to be our d equals the actual date itself and not this temporary date that we've just created. And by the way, we want to make sure that we set our date right here to go to the right property. And let's give it a go. Now, once we've done this, we don't need to have that extra logic there. We're adding all that extra logic in our constructor, but that only happens once. Contrary to our seconds, that happens every single time. So if I go ahead and click on refresh and run it one more time, we would have basically the clock for setting exactly to its position that we want it to be, limited to the seconds. Now, an even better solution would be to literally have the format of the digits happen immediately. So in this case, if I would want to have an even better solution, which would probably make sense, is I would get rid of all this calls. Instead of updating the clock, I would maybe want to call our update format digits. So literally what I would want to do is fetch this information from our get hours, get seconds, and put them right here in our creative clock. And once we got those values,
we could then literally just go ahead and only call the format of the digits. And because we don't have the array, we don't have to worry about managing that array and managing the positions of the items that would go inside. So literally what we're basically doing is forcing a reset that is a complete reset. And if we wanted to, we could have literally taken this and turned this into its own function. But as we know this is only going to happen once, then we're absolutely fine with the structure that we're in it right now. So there we go. Let's give it a run. And if we do that, we should have our application start off initially with the initial values that it's supposed to have, unless we have here a console error, which date is not defined. So let's go back in here and see why the date is not defined. And that's because we need to also set the date value here. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my date is referring to this .d. And let's save it and give it one more chance. And I see here I have another problem, is that my width and height. So I really want to add in relatively a lot of things, but that's fine because all of this is happening only once. So I'm going to go ahead here. And once a constructor is completed, all these variables are going to disappear anyways, but we need to know the size of our elements. And in our case, if we want to save a little bit on performance again, we would want to have a reference maybe to our window and refer to our window, which is fine because we're cutting variables, but we're cutting also on the amount of times we're calling functions. So here we go. And let's give it a run now that we have all the variables that are needed. And if we go ahead, click on refresh, our application should start with the current format and the time that it's supposed to be, based also on the amount of seconds and not only on the amount of minutes. So if I click here refresh, when there's 20 of them, we should now hopefully see 20, which I don't. I only see 4 or 5. Which means that this call, I'm calling the minutes again. Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely do it. So there we go. And here are 32 seconds the way that they're supposed to be. And that's it. This covers our topic about loops and functions and arrays and the important things you want to think about. And really to just nail it down, the more we could get things outside of something that happens every single second, even if it's inside of our constructor, that's fine because we're reducing the amount of footprint of things that need to happen every single time. So when you're looking inside of your code, you want to make sure that only things that have to happen every single time will. We're not done yet with making this clock a lot more efficient, and we're going to see more about that in future chapters, but this covers this chapter, and I hope to see you in the next one. Time and events is the topic of this section. Before we really dive into it, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about circular references. We're going to find out what they are, and you're going to discover that probably you use them often. I'm going to show you how to use them less, because one, they make it less performance-wise. It makes it more hard for your processor to process your application, and two, it opens the door to code that's a lot more sloppy. So we're going to take a look into that, see how to make it better. It will look better also, and it will also improve overall the performance of our applications. So let's jump right into it. Welcome to a brand new chapter, and in this chapter I want to talk about circular functions. Now, circular referral is, in the most simplistic explanation of it is recursiveness, if you know what that is, which is when a function calls itself. But beyond that, a circular function is a function that actually talks to local variables that are inside a function that are above it. For example, in this case, we created the variable that, and then inside of our alarm clock, we created a reference back to that variable that's sitting outside of that method, of that function. What we basically did is we bounded this function to exist forever, because as long as that variable exists, so does this variable exist. And we're creating a problem, because this type of problem, especially if you're adding events to something on the fly, imagine that in our clock, every single one of these items were clickable and had an event and had a circular reference back to the original object. This type of behavior would very quickly create a memory leak that would be impossible to fix. So what we want to do next is basically revisit this logic that we have in this alarm clock and get rid of all circular references. In this case, get rid of the reference of the that. Now to do that, the easiest solution for us is to take advantage of the fact that now we're using jQuery. So to solve this problem, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewrite this code, but instead of using the traditional HTML, I'm going to take advantage of jQuery.
So let's get started. So the first step that I want to do is I'm going to go ahead here and just create that DOM element. And instead of referring back to this get element by ID, I'm going to go ahead and use the jQuery acronyms. And I'm just going to make sure that I'm getting it by ID. So I'm going to refer to that item. We don't need that anymore, and we actually want to get rid of the reference to that. So I'm going to go ahead and immediately delete it. The next thing that I want to do is I want to refer to our DOM element. And to do that, we already have our DOM element. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to add an attribute to it. I want to make it editable. So I'm going to go ahead here and just ask for that property. And I'm going to set its value to be true. All right. So just by doing this, we should already have our document working more or less. All that's left for us to do is to make sure that we are not using both. We talked about this earlier about anonymous functions, that we're not using anonymous functions, and also that we're not having internal calls to our element. So what I'm going to do next is just comment out this whole block just so we could test things out before we continue onwards. And I'm just going to get rid of all these references. And what I want to do is I want to grab this function and I'm just going to create it as a static property inside of our prototype after we imported the prototype. And I already started it in our on blur here. So I'm going to, let me just go ahead here and just delete it because I was playing around while you were gone. So I'm going to go ahead here and just copy our prototype. And I'm going to set it and call it on focus. And I'm going to set our function inside here. And let me just comment out also the content of it, because really what I want to get to have the same this inside of my element, or I want to have access to my actual scope of my object itself, which is our alarm clock, not the actual HTML element. But in general, if I would run my application now, and I'm just going to trace out this, and I'm going to also do a console log, and I'm going to trace out our events target. So all that's left for me to do is to call the on focus. I'm going to go right above here and just delete this call. And instead of that call, I'm just going to go onto my DOM. I'm going to create an on, and I'm going to go ahead and ask for an on focus using jQuery. The next parameter that I'm going to send in is going to be the function itself, which in this case is going to be the this on focus. Now, if I run the application just like this, notice what I'm going to get inside of my console. So first of all, I have a little error here on line 214. So let's quickly fix that. 214. Oh, because we have your extra stuff that are not needed there. Let's save it. Go back into our application. Click on refresh. And we can see that our application is loading. If I click into the element, we're getting the element, that DOM element twice, which is not what we want. We want this to actually remain the actual alarm clock that we're in. So to do that, the next step is I'm going to take advantage of another jQuery function, and this jQuery function is called proxy, or really .proxy. Now the .proxy, what it does is basically enables me to glue a new this to my function. So in this case, I want to tell my on focus, by the way, your reference, your proxy is going to be this, which is our alarm clock in this case. Now, if we run this again and save this and run our application one more time, we're going to see that one, we keep a reference to our original object, and we also keep a reference to our element. And now that we have this access, we could go back into our code and we could get rid of these traces. And instead of that, we could go ahead and figure out, let me just, instead of that, this itself, we already know what it is. This is our target. So I could go ahead and create here really quickly a variable if I want to. And I'll just call this our DOM, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure that instead of I'm going to go ahead and just position my inner HTML for this element. And by the way, I probably would want to use jQuery at this stage, but I'm going to leave the logic the same as it was before. And just make sure that wherever I'm referencing to this, I'm going to change it to the reference of the actual element itself. Now, the logic here is not necessarily the best of logic, but it's going to work for us right now. So I'm adding all these elements inside, and last but not least, now that I have access to my element, I could approach my original element, my original object. Instead of calling it that, call it directly in its actual name and call it this. So if I go ahead and I just give you a little save and I click on refresh, we should get all of this working. But how about we add also all the other functions before we complete this? So I'm going to go ahead here and very quickly go ahead and also add the logic so we could test out and see if our focus and our release and our blur are all working as planned. So I'm just going to go ahead here, copy all of this, paste it right inside of our on blur to be on blur. Now let's go ahead and see where do we change our logic. So again, I'm going to create a reference to my DOM, which is going to be e.target. And I'm going to go ahead and just change any reference to this to turn into our DOM element. Is there anything else here that we want to change here? No. Now that every reference to that will come back to be this, because now we have a direct reference to our element. Just want to make sure that we covered all of them. So we only have DOM or this, no that. Let me just get rid of that. And I think we have one more left. So we could go ahead and delete this item right here. And all that's left is this last item. Cut it out, delete everything here, and go ahead and just paste it. Copy our function structure. And all that's left for me to do is to create an on reset. And I'm just gonna copy this string because I'm probably gonna need it in a second. And I'm just gonna go ahead here, refer to this, and set our tick to be true. And all that's left for me to do is copy this, move it up, and turn on our proxy calls to both 3 other methods that we have left here. Now we've done quite a few things to improve performance beyond the fact that we got rid of anonymous function, we got rid of circular calls, we moved our function definitions to prototype, which will automatically improve our performance. And last but not least, we also moved and are using jQuery, which will automatically manage our memory in a much more efficient way, making sure that we could release things whenever we need to release them. All that's left for me to do is make sure that I have my on reset and connect it to the right place. And let's give it a try. Hopefully all these changes that we've just made now on the fly will actually bring us back to an application that's working. So I'm going to go ahead and click a refresh. So our time is clicking. When we click inside, time freezes. When we click out, we have an alarm. It is time to wake up. So there we go. We created the perfect application that now is cutting down on a lot of performance, and we already started beautifully our chapter. And this is true to any scenario where you have a referral, where you have circular referrals. So make sure you go through all the code and try to find any place where you have a function that is standing on its own, that is not defined externally, that is talking to itself or talking to other variables that are sitting inside of a function above it, and do what we just did right now. And that is going to automatically improve your performance. It's going to be a big step on the direction of improvement, especially if this is something that's happened repeatedly. It's something that's happening that you're adding and removing and adding and removing, which are usually places where memory leaks love to happen. All right, so that's it about circular references. Events are wonderful, but not if you overuse them. And it is so common that developers just automatically create new events for every single thing, without thinking that events could act as functions and could become reusable, and should. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about in this lecture. And I know some of you are going to say, well, this is not applicable to my situation. And I'll tell you that it is, not always, but it is applicable, and thinking about it will improve your code and improve the performance of your application. So knowing these techniques are critical. Let's jump right into it and see how to do it. One of the most common mistakes web developers make that affects their performance drastically is overusing events and using more events than they need to in situations that it doesn't call for it. I want to show you what I mean by that. So in our break, I added in every time you click on an item, it should basically remove it. So I basically created a small little controller that will automatically remove items as they're getting clicked on. Let's take a peek at it and see how that was done. So I went inside of our loop, inside of our format digits, and every time I'm adding elements, I'm adding to it a jQuery on call, and I'm adding a click event, basically removing the item. Now, automatically, you might already guess that there's a big mistake here because I'm creating a memory leak. Why am I creating a memory leak? One is I'm never terminating the event. Although I'm removing it from the stage, the event still is there. I've never undid that event. So to make sure that the event doesn't exist anymore, I might also go inside and make sure that I'm going to call the off call. The off call will basically enable me to get rid of that event as well. So by doing that, okay, I got rid of that memory leak issue. Anytime the item is clicked on, it's going to be removed. Although there are other memory leak issues, because remember, every time, once in a while, we loop through the items and get rid of everything that is on the stage. Where is it? Especially in the old code, we were doing it, but we're getting rid of all the elements that are on the stage once in a while. And when we get rid of all the elements that are on the stage on that once in a while scenario, what are we actually doing? We're actually getting rid of the items, but we're not getting rid of the events. Again, creating a circular issue here. Now, jQuery might be smart enough, HTML might be smart enough to remove it, but it's not going to happen automatically. It's going to take a process, basically. On top of that, we're also using here those circular functions that we said we don't want to use. So I'm going to go ahead and just comment out this code, and I want to show you a smarter and a better way to create your event. Now, in this case, because the logic inside of my event is constant, it's the same, there's absolutely no reason why I would have 150 events going on for the exact same motion. Instead of that, I could go back into the constructor of my application, right in my creative clock, and I could go ahead and instead of referring to each item separately, I could listen in an actual div layer that's holding all those elements. So I'm going to go ahead there and just refer to it and create an on click to that, because any item inside of it would be clicked also by its predecessor. Our container will also be clicked on if the item inside was clicked. I'm going to go ahead here and just create that function really quickly. And I'm just going to semicolon that right there. And really all that's left for me to do at this stage is to go ahead, wrap up the item. Oh, let me just show you why. Okay, so if I just do this, the item that will come back is always going to be the item that originated the event itself, or really the container itself. So if I click on this, you'll see, first of all, trace doesn't exist. So that's, console. All right. And if we go ahead and try this one more time, we'll see that the reference that we're getting is to that div, that base div, but we really don't want it. What we want is a reference to what we just clicked on. Lucky for us, it's incredibly easy because we could refer back to that event and ask for the target of that specific event. And the target of that specific event in this situation is going to be the item that we're clicking on. Perfect. So we don't need to have an event attach that specific item anymore. All we really need to do is continue onwards and say, okay, so take that item, let's convert it into the jQuery logic. We're going to remove it from the stage, or even better off, if we do it a little bit smarter, we're going to refer to that item. And then we're going to go ahead and say to my item, I want to remove you. And I'm going to go to that item and I'm going to also say that I want to take off all the events it has. Now that's all I really had to do to improve my logic immensely. Last but not least, probably a good idea not to use those anonymous functions. So let's go ahead and just copy this logic right here. And I'm just going to go ahead right below. And I'm going to go ahead and just create an on-click event that will work for our creative clock. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm just going to call this on click. Go ahead and equal that. Are there any thises inside of it that I need to? No, not really. If I want to, I could set the proxy. If not, I could only put it in if I need to. If I want to keep consistency, I could go ahead and use the same references that we used in our earlier chapter for our regular clock. If we scroll up and find it, it will be somewhere above. Where are you, Mr. Proxy? Let's just find it. Proxy. All right, so we could grab one of those proxy calls or do it on our own again, right? So in our creative clock in its constructor, before we even start that, we want to make sure that our logic here is solid. The logic is solid. It's called on click. We could then go to our constructor, add into our constructor basically that extra logic that we're missing. So first of all, let me just undo that so I'm not deleting it. And I'll just put this as a referral really quickly.
and we still want to do a click, we want to refer to that specific on click. But beyond that, we also want to make sure that it's also going to go through our proxy. So I'm going to use the proxy call in case we ever use a this inside of that area. We know that the this will give us the actual clock itself and not the element in the DOM. So that's it. That's all we had to do. And if I go ahead and I save this and I go back into my application and click on refresh, we should get here now a clock that anytime we click on it, and let's just fix that little error, which is on line 254. 254. Yep, I always do that. Let me get rid of that. Save it. Back to our application. Click on refresh. And let's go ahead and start popping things. All right, we're popping. And literally, once an hour, it's reset, and we don't have to even worry about any memory leaks because we added in the event only in one place. We never have to remove it because it's always active. It's always logical. And that's exactly the type of things you want to be thinking out when you're adding events. Are they necessary, especially inside of loops? If you could create a logic that then is global, that you don't have to worry if the item is added, removed, and you have one controller with a logic that is really simple. You're not creating a convoluted logic inside of your on-click. It's a very simple logic, just as simple as it was when you were clicking directly in the item, because we have a referral to that item without hard coding any value inside. So we're making sure that if there's any garbage collection need, we're not creating any problem in the way to create that garbage collection. So that's it. We're done with this topic of less events that do more. We steer our attention to a new topic, which is animation, a really critical one. You might want to create your own animation library, but most chances are you're going to be using a third-party plugin that has animation capabilities. If it's jQuery that has inherently not amazing but functional animation capabilities, or amazing libraries like GreenSock that enable you to create really sophisticated animations. With that said, one of the most critical processor-intensive things when it comes down to animation is the expected frame rate of those animations. Now, frame rate means is how many times does the animation refresh the screen. You want to define it. We're going to talk about what is the optimal numbers and how to change them in jQuery, but you have your responsibility if you're working with other libraries to define that frame rate so you'll have better control over the need that you have out of the speed of your applications or how often they get refreshed. We're going to look into that in detail in the following lecture. When talking about performance, we just can't escape the topic of animations. And that's what we're going to do in this lesson. We're going to add an animation and then talk about the performance implications of it. Now, even before we do that, I just want to say that I've added into the beginning of our code into section 8 a link to animation library, a JavaScript animation library called GreenSock, which I strongly recommend that you get familiar with, especially if you're going to create a lot of intricate animations, as this library is just a lot more optimized for animations in general, and it works in collaboration with jQuery as well. If you test it out one by one, it just works better than jQuery because that's their focus. Their focus is animation. So if you're creating a lot of animations, do check it out. It's worth it. All right. So with that said, I'm going to get back and I'm going to continue animating with jQuery. And what I want to do is I want to go to the instance where we're formatting our digits. And what I want to do here is I want to actually animate the elements from the center of the stage to go to their end position. So to do that, I want to use another two variables. So I'm going to use here two variables, one for left and one for top. And I'm going to go ahead and set the left value to be the value that we just got back from this calculation. And I'm going to do the exact same thing also for our top. I want to grab the value that we have there up on the top. And what we want to do is I want to position my left position to be on the center of the screen. So I'm going to take that width and put it on the center of the stage. Probably I want to also subtract its size, but as we have different sizes, we won't be exactly on the center. I'm going to be fine with that. Same we want to do for our height. We positioned the starting position. All that's left for us to do is to actually animate it. So I'm going to call the animate method of jQuery. And I'm going to go ahead in my first parameter and define where I want my elements to go. In this case, I want them to the top to go at the top.
and the left to go to the left position that we've just established. Last but not least, I want to set also how long do I want my animation to take, and I want to take the full duration of the second that we have for the animation to take place. If I go ahead and save this and go to my application, by the way, probably not the smartest thing to do inside of a loop, but if I have to, if this is the creative need, then this is the creative need. If I go back into my application and click on refresh, then we're going to have all the elements fly into stage. And notice how it was kind of like choppy-ish as the animation was first coming because so many things were happening. You saw how that was jumping around because we had so many things going on at the same time. Side note again, in GreenSock, it would work a lot more smoother. But even if we're working with our platform, and no matter what library you're going to use, if you're using a library or you're using one of the built-in, if you're building it on your own, the most important and most critical thing is how many times a refresh happens, how many times the screen is refreshed. Now, by default in jQuery, the screen is refreshed every 13 milliseconds, or in other words, 76 times a second, almost 77 times a second. Most videos, most televisions just run about 30 frames per second. Really, most people can't see the difference between 25 frames a second to 70. Although higher numbers do perform smoother animations if we didn't have processor issues, the reality is that we do. So we want to change that default of jQuery, and to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and set that in somewhere that is very, very in the beginning of my application because it's really talking about something that talks to every single thing in our animation. So I'm going to go right into our on ready. Once our application is ready, I'm going to go ahead even before I start my clocks, and I'm going to go ahead and call jQuery. And I want to call my fx for an interval. And I want to set that interval of our fx, no underscore there. And I want to set the interval to be whatever value I want it to be. If it's 13 by default, a lower number would make it even worse. The higher we would make it, the better. And if we want to start off from, let's say we want to start off from 25 frames a second, then we're talking about a frame rate of 40 milliseconds. So I'm going to go ahead here and just set that to be 40. And if I'm happy with the smoothness of animation, then I don't need to make it lower. The higher this value is, the lower intense it will be on our processor because we're not going to have things stacked up and happening very frequently. They're just going to happen 40 times a second instead of happening 70. So we just reduce the amount of processor intensiveness by 50% just by changing this interval. So I'm going to go ahead and click on refresh. And we'll see that this animation is way smoother. We're not having any lagging as the items are going into their position. And that's it. That was my main point. What I really wanted to drive through, that any animation library that you choose, make sure, or if you're creating it yourself, make sure that you're using a frame rate that is logical. Some libraries will call it FPS for frames per second. Some libraries like jQuery just call it explicitly what it is, which is the interval of the animation. And if you're creating it yourself, make sure you approach that in the same similar way so that your animations could become smooth. And it's not even a question about smooth versus not smooth. It's a question of performance that is smooth. And if you're trying to, 13 milliseconds is over smooth. It's too smooth where no device would really be able to take advantage of it if you have a lot of animations going on at the same time. And it really doesn't add a lot of value. The user doesn't need it, so don't do it. I would go ahead and by default always start from 40 frames per second. It's a value that more or less most devices could live with. And you could reduce it, you can make it higher or reduce it based on the need, but in general, start off always, especially when you're working with jQuery, to start every project defining your frames per second, your interval to be 40. And that concludes our really big topic, or big picture topic about dealing with animations and making sure that they perform well. As we broach the topic of animation, we must talk about intervals. Set interval, clear interval. What is the best process to make sure you're not creating a memory leak? And that's exactly the topic of this lecture. While you were away, I destroyed the code and made a lot of problems in it so we could talk about another issue, which is creating intervals and not managing them. So if I literally see how the animation is so bad right now, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're not running our events in an efficient way, our time in an efficient way. Now I want to show you basically what we're doing. So I got rid of all the smart logic and we're going to recreate it together. But basically, you're going to find it also in the bad logic that every place where we need an interval, I'm literally just creating an interval for it. And in other words, because we have your 4 clocks, we have 4 intervals for the 4 clocks, and we have an interval for every single date object that automatically updates. So literally, we're going to have at least 8 intervals running at the same time. Moreover than that, we're never terminating any interval, so we definitely have a very likely situation that we're going to create endless loops. Now, we could create issues where even after we get rid of something, after we got rid of the date and there's no reference to it anymore, because there's an interval that's running in it and it is referring to itself, this date will never go away. Now, we don't have any plausible way to fix it just on its own, so without redoing this architecture and making sure that we're not doing that. But I want to show you just briefly the critical importance of every time when you create an interval. And I just want to find here, for example, where we're creating here an interval. I always want to make sure, especially in a situation where I'm creating this auto clock, I would want to make sure that I'm going to go and I'm going to clear the interval. Even if there is none, that's fine. I'm going to call a clear interval, making sure that if there was an interval, that I'm getting rid of it before anything else. But this is not a good enough solution, because what if someone just deletes this date completely and never calls the auto clock? What if someone doesn't set the else here, doesn't call it at all, and we don't even have an opportunity to clear the interval? For example, maybe, if we don't need an else at all, we could just put it right up here. But still, this clear interval is just not going to be enough. Okay, so what I want to do next is I want to take a deeper approach at what we're going to do in the next lecture and build together a smart interval manager. As every single one of our intervals is running at the same time, how about we use the same interval for all of them? That's exactly what we're going to do in the next lecture, so I'll see you in the next lecture. But if you can't do that, or you have only one interval, make sure that you're always clearing it, and make sure that you test out all the different scenarios. This is the most common memory leak and the most invisible one that could very easily and very quickly create havoc on your application. As we've seen over the last few lectures, intervals are risky. Intervals are even riskier. So we want to make sure, I want to make sure that we reduce the risk as much as possible. The best way to do that is to create an interval manager. So if we have only something that happens once a second, why create separate intervals for it? Why not create a logic that would be able to cluster all of them together? That's exactly what we're going to do in this lecture. So jump along. Very, very important, and try to transfer this knowledge into your applications of creating a customized, and you could create one that you could reuse, a customized manager for time. Let's jump right into it. All right, let's create together a time management system. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of the built-in date object, and I'm going to go right into it. I'm going to start off by creating this property that's going to belong to that date in general. I want to create a static variable that will be available anywhere where I approach it. So to do that, I don't want it to be an instance of the object date. I want it to belong to the actual date itself. So I'm going to go ahead here and create a interval, and I'm going to just set it to 0. Notice how I'm putting here 2 underscores, and this is just to remind me that this is a private variable that I don't want people to reference into it. I'm going to create another variable, and I'm going to call this aDates. Now you use whatever name that seems fitting, and I'm just going to create an array here. The next step that I want to do is I want to create a new interval adder. So I'm going to call this add to interval. And I'm going to create here a function, and I'm going to set here basically the item that we're going to be sending in, which is going to be a date. And I'm going to go ahead right here, and what I want to do next is I want to literally go to this, and notice here this is not an object, it's actually the class itself. It's almost as if I just typed here date, but I'm not, because I don't want to refer it directly when I'm inside of it, because I don't want to create a circular referral, right? So I'm approaching this aDates, and I want to push into it. What do I want to push into it? I want to push into it the current date that I've just sent in. The next step that I want to do is I want to check to see if the interval is running. And if it's not running, and only if it's not running, so only once I added something into my interval, then I'm going to check to see if this interval is anything but 0. If it's 0, then the if will not come true. But if it is 0, then let's go ahead and set our interval. And I'm going to go ahead and create a set interval.
And I'm literally only setting it once throughout my application, so I'm never going to actually terminate it. And what I want to do is I basically want to create here a function that would literally happen once every second, and it's going to call the date itself, right? Update dates, which we're going to create immediately. Now, again, as a reminder, if you forgot already, this is, again, we're creating here a anonymous function. We don't want to do that. Moreover than that, we're creating a circular reference. So how about instead of that, we use the jQuery's built-in capability that enables us to create a proxy. So instead of creating this function that holds inside of it a reference to something that is inside of our element so we'll be able to refer to it, how about instead of that, we'll just create here a proxy. I'm going to go ahead here and create here a proxy. And I'm going to set my first property as the function that I want to call, which is that. And what do I want my scope to be? I want my scope to be the date itself. And literally, that's all I had to do to configure a proxy. And now this proxy will always call our date and send it with the scope of the date itself. Beautiful. The next step is for me to actually create this date method. So I'm going to go ahead here and I literally at this stage I could do this because this is my date right now. And I could set this to this as well. So I don't have to refer internally to the date itself. All right, next step that I want to do is I want to go ahead and create that method. So I'm going to go ahead to the date object, the date class really, and I'm going to call it update dates. And I want to create here a function. And what do I want this function to do? So let's start figuring it out. The first step that I want to do is I want to basically make sure, first of all, we want to know what are we animating through, right? So first of all, I want to get a reference to our A dates. So first of all, I want to create a local reference here. So I'm just going to, so we don't have a call to this array over and over. And I'm going to go ahead and ask for this dot a date. So I have a local reference to that element. So I don't have to call it over and over externally. What do I want to do in this situation? I probably also want to get the length of it. So I'm going to go ahead here and put another element. And I'm going to call it len for length. And I'm going to ask for the length. That way I'm not approaching an array over and over to get that information. Next step is I want to go for a for loop. I want to define that up above. So I'm going to go ahead and put here a comma. I want to define my I. And literally every time you add something, just make sure that you're defining it. I want to make sure that as long as my I is smaller than the length, and then I want to grow my I each time. All right, so it's time for us to figure out what type of content is going to be sent to it. The first type of content, which we just met right now, is update. For our update dates, is the first type of content that we want to send into it is going to be the content that we're actually sending inside of this add to interval. And in this case, it's going to be a date type. So what I'm going to do here is I first want to, again, get a local reference to that element. So I'm going to call this DT for date time or date, whatever you want to call this. Place whatever content that's inside of our A in position I right into it so we have a local reference to this element. Okay. It's time for us to then check to see if this element that we got here is actually an instance of a date. Now, if it's an instance of a date, which is the first type of item that we're going to approach here, then what I want to do is I want to call the function update seconds. And the function update seconds will push our time in a second forward. So I'm going to go ahead here to DT, and I'm going to call the update seconds, making sure that in the case of a date, the date will work. Now, the next step that I want to do in this situation, and now that I got that configured, we're going to have more ifs because there's a few other situations, a few other scenarios where we want to use this logic. But how about we activate it and get it to work? And to do that, I'm going to go back into this interval that I'm creating inside of the date item when I'm creating auto clock. And instead of creating this loopy loop that is inside of this, instead of creating all these internal referrals, really what I want to do is I want to refer to the date object itself. So I'm going to go ahead here. I'm going to just delete all of this extra logic that we have right here. And I'm going to go ahead and ask for the date construct itself. And I want to add to the interval. What do I want to add? I want to add this, the item that I just have here. So in case that the clock will automatically update, here we go. Now our clock will automatically update. All right, so we got our clock configured. What is the next thing that we would want to send in? The next thing that we would want to send in is probably a clock or a variation of a clock. Now, anytime the clock finishes, we want to call the update clock. Now, so to do that, we want to make sure that when we're calling our instance, we want to basically check to see what are we sending in? We're sending in a function. In this case, we are sending in a function. So I'm going to make sure that our application will be able to accept also functions. So let's go back into this logic and let's ask here if our DT is an instance of a function. And in that case, what do we want to do? We just want to trigger that function. All right, so we got that. And let's just put here it's an else if actually. And let's put here just one more piece of logic. And this last piece of logic will be if everything didn't work out, if we got all the way to the bottom here, then it's not a date, it's not a function. Let's just make sure that if it's an object of any type and it has the value in this object, if it has the value of update, then we're going to call it. Now, we could definitely generate here an error because if someone will send in a string, it would be valid here, but it wouldn't trigger completely. So we might want to ask if it's an instance of an object and has the property update. So I could have your DT instance of object, any type of object really. Not only is it an instance of an object, DT, not only is it an instance of an object, but it also has the function update. And in that case, or an item called update. And in that case, we're going to assume that it's a function, or we could check if it's a function, but we really want to reduce the amount of lag here. And in my case, I probably would even get rid of this check because this will happen every single second. And if someone is sending the wrong data inside, then it will just break. I'm just going to make sure that in my documentation to this method that I'll say that you have to send inside object. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead into the TD and I'm going to click on update. Now, it's really not going to be a high performance issue if I would put this logic, because this logic would only be called if both these two didn't happen, and most of the time those two would happen. But still, the more simple we keep it, the better. So now we created the logic for the update dates. All that's left for us to do is find our last set interval. And yep, our last set interval. And instead of, well, this one is fine because that's the one interval that we want to have. But the interval inside of our clock, we definitely want to get rid of. So instead of the interval inside of our clock, what we want to do again, I'm going to go ahead and just delete. I'm going to delete first. So let's delete the interval. And again, I would go to my date object, my date construct really, and add to listener. What do I want to add to listener? I want to add a function. And what does the function contain? This function will contain basically a reference to that we have above here. And we want to call the update clock function. Now, this is all true if I wasn't using jQuery, and I'm still creating this circular referral, which we said is a bad thing. So how about instead of that, we're going to do it the right way. We'll get rid of the reference to that. And instead of that, we're going to call a proxy call using the proxy of jQuery. And then I'm going to send in as the first property this.update clock. And I'll also make sure that the scope will remain the way it's supposed to be. And that's literally all I really have to do. And unless I have any error going on, I'm just going to double check to see that I don't have any further intervals. And I could literally go ahead here for this tick here. What is this tick going on here? Do I need to do something inside of here? I might, because the clock ticking is, no, I don't need it because the clock ticking is ticking automatically. So I could go ahead here and even get rid of this if I want to, because the ticking is happening automatically once we set the ticking. Although if we want to, we could add it, remove it. We're not going to go through all that logic. I just want to make sure that my clock is working and still working, and this time in a much more efficient manner. So if I go ahead and I click on refresh, notice that my clock is still working. Everything is exactly the way I would hope it to be, and it's working. So I'm going to get just a little refresh here. Not only is it working, we don't have lags, and these lags were terminated because we don't have 20 intervals that are running at the same time. So if you build yourself a really good interval manager, in my case, I created a fantastic interval manager that only turns one interval on and then works forever with that interval. Now, once it's created, that's it. There's one interval only. And all I'm really doing is I'm looping through the item that are stacked inside of this interval and calling them. And I could have created also a method that would remove items from an interval. So I could create also a remove interval. And then I would find the item or position a logic to it and remove it out. But in this case, once we're adding something, that's it. We want it to stay there because we built our logic in such a smart way that we won't ever really need to refer back to it. And really, that's really your goal. Your goal is to build applications that are smart. So try to avoid the situations where you need a logic, where you have to loop through and search for things. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but many times, most of the times really, you could find a solution that would avoid the need for complicated code. All right, so that's it. A new session, and with it we turn our direction, our attention to another important aspect of performance when it comes to web applications, and JavaScript for that matter. That is about how and when do you refresh things on your screen. Starting with the DOM, our first topic, let's jump right into it and understand why do you want to have a strategy when it comes to updating things on your stage. Welcome to a new chapter, and here and now we're going to be focusing on reflows. And reflows are basically whenever the screen refreshes. And what I really want to focus on is the complexity of adding a lot of things one after each other. So if we're making updates to our screen, we really want to make the most minimal updates we have to create the best effect that we need to create. So what I want to do is I want to revisit my code, and I want you to scroll down into the area that has the most action on the screen, which is our creative clock. In this creative clock, if we just run through it quickly, we're going to notice that we're creating a new div, and then we're adding that div into our screen, into our body, every single time inside of our loop. So literally we're adding the items one after each other. Now this is not really great from a performance perspective. Now, the easiest solution that we could do to try to improve this logic is to create here another array. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And I'll just create here just a really bad name. I'm just going to call it A for array. Or let's just give it a logical name, A item. So for A item, what I'd want to do is I'm going to basically just push in that item, and I'm going to go ahead into my div, and I'm going to push that div into it. And instead of adding my div directly to my body, I'm adding it into this array. And once our array is over, once our run of this array is completed, then we're going to go ahead and then just push in the whole array into the body. Now, this is not completely efficient, but we're getting closer to more efficient code because we're not reflowing. We're not refreshing the screen 100 times within a millisecond, but instead of that, we're doing it once. Now, if we go ahead and click on refresh, we're still going to see performance issues, and maybe even more severe ones. The reason why we're seeing a performance issue is also connected to the fact that we're creating a new array every single second, and we're using the push function, basically adding more function calls. So literally we're just adding here 100 function calls. And on top of that, we might have gained the performance of the reflow, but we destroyed our performance from a perspective of calling a function. So let's go ahead and try to figure out a solution where we're not calling this function. Now, the only way for us to do that is if we set ourselves a creation of object only once. So how about we create that array only once somewhere in our constructor of our creative clock. So we'll go back into our creative clock and just add another variable, but we're going to add this variable to be a global variable. So I'm going to go ahead and add it into my prototype chain, and I'm going to add this global variable, and I will just call this global variable something like last items. So last items is going to be an array, and I'm just going to go ahead and just literally just create here a new array, or literally just create that array and set that array up. Once I've created that array, I don't know how many items will be inside of this array. But again, what I am getting here in this creation process is I could cut the process and the need to basically create an array each time. I could then create a reference just to that specific item. Now I'm not creating an array each time. But we still have an issue, and our issue is that each time we're basically pushing items inside. We want to solve that problem as well. One way for us to solve this problem is to define into our array what its length is. One thing we could do is making sure that our array will be empty when we start off. We could set the length to be 0, making sure we're emptying it out. And then we probably would want to also set the actual length of our index.
Now, in our case, because we have here an index that could be any number and not 0, and we can have your account that's any number and not 0, we're going to have to calculate those values and change this logic. So I'm going to go ahead and create another variable right here. And this new variable, we really want to make sure that our count will actually be the real count. Or even better, we don't even have to create a new array for that. We could literally just go ahead, because we don't have any reference to something that is specifically critical for it to be in a specific index. I could literally just go ahead to my count and say, hey, count, you equals count minus index. Okay, so we're making sure that our count equals the actual value between the index we're in and the count. And last but not least, we could set our index to be 0 now that we've set that and actually found the right indexing that we need. Now, if we run our application one more time, everything should continue working. Well, at least we hope so. So let's go ahead and just make sure that everything is working before we continue. So if I click here refresh, we'll see that everything is still working. We're still seeing this hit on our performance, and a lot of it has to do to the fact that we're running here a lot of functions. So the more functions we cut, the better. So let's continue with the sample before we move further. And what I want to talk next is about talking about how do we get rid of this push. So once I've set my index to be length to be 0, now that I know the actual length of my item, now that I know how many items are in this array or need to be in the array, I could go ahead after that array was reset and literally set it to be the length of the count, which basically will make sure that we're going to index and save room in our memory for this array now to hold that amount of items. Now that we've done that, we don't have to create pushes anymore. We could go ahead and literally position the items directly into an element of our pleasing, because we just set here in position I, because we have the index and it's inside of the length that we've defined. Now we're not using that function anymore, and if I save my code and run it just one more time, we should see a small gain in performance. So you can see that we're definitely seeing that small gain in performance. That chunk of pressure that was in the beginning is not as strong, even though we still have a lot of things that we could do to improve. So again, when we're looking at this and we fix this item with the array, we also want to remove any other function. So in this case, for example, if we're taking just a quick peek at this, we see that we're doing a calculation and we're adding into basically into a div twice. We're adding a value that is constant. So one is like, we really don't need to do this calculation. It is there 100 times. So again, continuing on, we could say here the half width, and we'll set the half width to be the width divided by 2. And we'll go ahead and we'll do here a half height, and that would be our height divided by 2. So already just by doing this, we're improving our performance, right? Because we're cutting down another calculation that needs to be done inside of here. And this is exactly the places where animations are happening that you really want to put your weight in and try to figure out how do you cut things down. All right, so we just cut it a little bit further. What else could we get rid of? Another item that we could get rid of is the fact that we're using functions. In our case, we're creating a div and we're adding all these strings together. Why don't we also go ahead and set our style directly instead of leaning on jQuery for that? And I could go ahead here and just, this needs another comma, create a style, go ahead and put here top position. And let me just put here a hard-coded value for a second, and we're going to put here left position, and then I'm going to go ahead here and just substitute the value that we have here with the actual value. So for our top position, what we want to do is we want to position the value in our width. Basically, we want to add the value inside of our width. Oh, I confuse myself because I use this WH stuff. So why don't I just call it left and top? So we'll call this left. We'll call this top, so I'm not going to confuse myself. And I'll go ahead here and just call this left again and top. And now I could position here my top. I could position here my left. Much easier for me to read this now in this type of configuration. And I'm going to put here the top. Oh, I'm going to put here the left. There we go. All right, so we're already improving again. So now we don't need these two lines anymore. We could literally just get rid of them. Another something that we don't need to call inside of a loop. All right, so if we save this, our application should become a little bit better in performance again. So if we go ahead there and just click on refresh, we should see a slight improvement in our performance again.
Now, our positions that we placed them were not the right positions, so we're going to have to reposition and improve those positions again. So if we go ahead here and see what did we do wrong in our positioning, we'll see that for our one is we have here we're already using the variable top and left, and that's a big no-no on our end. So we want to make sure that we're not creating a variable twice. So I'm going to call this initial left, in top, and I'll just go ahead here and set that initial left and initial top. And again, we're taking it step by step deliberately because we want to make sure that we're improving it, and you see the logic of what do you want to do, what do you want to remove, what do you want to do to improve your flow. So again, I'm going to save this, go back into my application, click on refresh, and again, slight improvements one at a time. We're removing things from our for loop are going to improve our flow in general. Another problem that we have here that is very obvious, I hope, at this stage, is this item is completely static. This item was not really changing. We're adding the same values each time, but yet we're calculating them over and over and over. So why don't we take this string, this logic that we've created here, why don't we move it up to be a variable of its own as well? So I'm going to call this sdiv, and literally go ahead and turn that into a string. And just by turning it into a string, even without changing anything, I could literally just go ahead and just add here a string. Again, reducing our calculations dramatically. So you see all these stuff slowly as you progress through and figure out your logic, you're going to see that so many places where you could improve your code, and these slow improvements are going to create dramatic effects, dramatic improvements into your code itself. Now, in this case, we also want to make sure that the content is going to go in the right elements. I'm going to put here also px for pixels, just to make sure that it's going to the right place. And one thing that I could do is also just create here also a trace, just to see that this is really the values that I would want to get. So I'm going to put here console log, just to make sure that this div is actually sitting where we want it to sit. So I'm just going to go ahead and save that and really quickly just take a peek at our console. And I can see in my console that I have here a value that seems to be right. Definitely seems to be right. So for our left, we're left, right, everything here seems to be logical. If I go ahead here, just click on quickly refresh here. Okay, so we're in the right place now. I must have not saved it before previously. All right, beautiful. So now that we saved it, we made the change, we moved it to the right position. Again, another few mistakes that we have here. We're using this width divided by 2 only once now. It's not in a loop. We don't need that variable anymore. So I could, not that it's such a big deal, but I could literally just go ahead and for my left position, I could just go ahead there and just set that left position, put inside of a bracket, connect it in together. For my height, I could go ahead and do that for my height, and I could get rid of 2 variables that are not really needed because they're only referred to once throughout the lifetime of the application. So I could literally just go ahead and delete those because they're not needed anymore. Now you can see how slowly these elements that we're doing are improving our logic. In the next lesson, we're going to really go into the concept of reflows and see the biggest mistake really that we're having here, beyond the fact that now we're not creating necessarily a reflow, but we're creating a logic that is very, very cumbersome. Because what we're doing is technically we're taking our element, we're creating a jQuery item, we're creating an animation, we're adding it all together, we're doing all these steps completely together, we're not giving our items a chance to breathe, and we're throwing them into a logic here, which is probably also a loop that is going to run through all these items as they're adding it into the stage. Even if it was efficient, we could do it much better by just adding those items directly into the stage, which is something we're going to look at immediately in the next lesson, and also look into how could we duplicate in a much more efficient way. So we'll see you in the next lesson where we continue this process of improving this animation loop where our DOM refreshes are. So any place where we're adding content to the stage is really the place where you want to give most of your focus to try to make it the best that you can, the most efficient that you can. In the last lecture, we talked about the importance of avoiding DOM reflows, which basically mean overloading our system with refreshes more than it needs to. In this lecture, we're going to take a look at how to organize our code to make it better so we could actually perform what we were preaching about in the last lecture. Let's continue focusing on improving performance, and this is really the most exciting part of this course in my perspective. So continuing, talking about performance again, all these plus signs that we're adding plus for our for our div, for our string, is not efficient. The reason why it's not efficient is because whenever we're creating a plus, the JavaScript, the compiler, the application running this needs to figure out, is this a number that's being combined? Is it a string? It has to go through a process of figuring out what do we want from it. Contrary to that, if we would go ahead and just, instead of that, put all these items into an array, literally just breaking this array up into any place where there is a plus, just putting a comma, and then literally wrapping it up, and immediately after we could literally just join it all together. Join is a lot more efficient, and the reason why it's a lot more efficient is because what we're basically saying to it, we're telling the processor exactly what's going to happen inside here. And as an array is a built-in method of every JavaScript language in general, then this is going to be a lot more efficient because all the steps needing to figure out what needs to be connected are gone. We don't need to do them anymore. Now, with that logic put into place, there's another big mistake that we're making, and we want to fix it. In our case, beyond the fact that we're adding this div into jQuery, which is probably a big mistake because we're adding 100 items at a time, this is not necessarily efficient. A much better, from a perspective of efficiency, is if we just threw all the items inside as a string directly inside, even if we're using jQuery, without looping through them. Now, to make that happen, what I want to do is I want to be able to create a duplication of this string that we've just created really quickly. I want to show you how to do that, and we're going to create a really, really cool add-on to the JavaScript language. As you can see that if you were scanning around inside of the code, you would see that we're expanding the date object. I want to go ahead and also expand not only the date object, but also the string. So I'm going to go ahead here and just somewhere before we start our built-in classes, right here would look good for me. And I'm going to go ahead and I want to expand the string as well. And I'm going to go ahead there and just set a prototype, repeat, and this really connects to that. I'm going to call it repeat. This function I'm going to call this count. And what I really want to do is I want to basically return a new array. I want to set its length. That length is going to be count plus 1, because what I want to do is I want to take that value, which is going to be empty, and I'm going to join it with the value that is currently inside of the string. In other words, whatever string I'm at, I could call the function repeat now, and just send to it how many times I want that repetition to happen, and it will automatically return to me that string, but updated 100 times or 10 times, whatever we want to do. So let's put this to run as a trial. And I'm going to go ahead here and just on the top here, I'm going to go ahead and just cancel all these clock calls. And I'm just going to really quickly just create here a new variable. And I'm going to call this Ben, well, let's just call it Ben with a space. And I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to do a console.log. And I'm going to ask to get that S, and I'm going to repeat. And how many times do I want to repeat it? Let's repeat it 10 times. So if I go ahead here and just save this, go back into my application and click on refresh, we're going to see that we're going to get in our console, Ben, the amount of times we requested. So we have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, exactly the amount of times we wanted. Now notice that in our function that we've created, and I'm just going to go ahead here and just delete this and come right back in there so we could look at it in our date that we've just created, in our string that we just created. I'm adding 1 to it because really the join itself is that connector that combines items together. So I have empty spaces, and extra empty space that I've created just for the sake of connecting them together with the actual value that was inside of the string. Now that I've created this extra logic, I could go right back into our creative clock, scrolling all the way down to our creative clock into the area where we're adding the elements into the stage. And now that we have this div and we calculated that div, all that's left for me to do is to basically go ahead and add all these divs into my display. Now, when I'm adding all these divs into the display, I could literally go ahead and wrap it into a jQuery command and grab all these items and add them together. So if I go ahead here and I just go ahead and just test this out, and I'm going to do here just a quick little console.log. And I'm going to go ahead here and just create really quickly all those divs. So all I really need to do is call the sdiv and then literally just call repeat. How many times do I want to repeat? Well, we know we want to repeat it basically the amount of count. And if I just go ahead here and I'm just going to
I want to stop everything and not continue looping further. So I'm going to put here a return. So this will happen every single second, and we're going to stop on line 305. And if I go back into my code and click on refresh, we should see that now once a second, we're going to get all these divs basically coming back to me. Now that I've created all these divs and they're literally ready to be added into the stage, all that's really left for me to do is to basically take all these repeated items, add them into the stage. So literally all I really have to do is I could, if I want to, I could all add them into the stage immediately, literally taking my body, and I'm just going to copy that, take it right all the way up here, take my body, which we set already previously, and append to it basically all these values that we're getting back from this div. So I'm going to go ahead here, just add them all right in there. And if I want to, I could also get a referral. So I'm going to get a ref to what I've just added in. And I'm going to go do your console.log. And I'm going to log my ref.length. And I'm going to do here a return. Reconfigure and refigure how we're working with the other items that we're going to be working on. So I'm going to go ahead here and just save this. Go back and click on refresh. And we'll see now that all the items are being added really fastly because we did it in a much more efficient way. We bypassed our need to go through 100 different methods to be able to add our items into the stage. So let's take a break. And in the next video, we're going to continue and actually finish up this animation and delete everything that's just not needed from our code anymore. So we'll see you in the next lecture when we do that. In the last lecture, we made big decisions about improving the logic flow of our application. But now we have a broken application, we need to actually make it animate. So that's what we're going to do in this lecture, connect all the dots after breaking it apart in the last lecture. Alright, so let's get back to it, and what we want to do next is actually start our animation. But before we even can do that, if I'll just go back here just to take a peek at our example again, just click on refresh. We'll see that we're only getting one value coming back each time. Now, the reason we're only getting one item coming back is because we're actually getting back the actual element itself. So we're actually getting back the body itself back from jQuery. But what we really want is the actual content itself. Now, the problem that we have is we don't really have a way to refer back to those specific items only because we don't know what items they are necessarily because we just don't. So the way for us to solve that is we want to basically go back into this area where we're actually appending our div. And what I want to do is I want to wrap it around parent class, a parent div really, more accurately. Just for the sake of this creation process itself is what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually add that div. I'm going to go ahead here and let me just copy this and put it on a separate line just so we could look at it for a second. And I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to wrap it with a div. Wrap that with a div and contain it bounded inside of that div. Okay. So next step that I want to do is I also want to give that div an ID because I want to have a way to refer back to that specific item. So I'm going to go ahead here and just create an ID, and we have to figure out a unique combination, a name that would be explicitly IDable to this item. So I'm just going to go ahead here and create an ID. And to do that, I'm going to first of all refer to whatever class we're in. So I'm going to take that class and I want to add to it a random number. Or even better, I could take the amount of milliseconds that passed since midnight in 1970, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And the values and the content that I'm going to get here is basically this.d.getTime. Now, if you're thinking, hey, why don't you just use the getTime because it would be unique? The reason we can't do that is because sometimes we're calling the format digits 3 times in a row with 3 different classes. So we want to make sure even when we're calling all the 3 different classes that we're getting a unique name, a unique ID that would work for it. Now that we have a unique ID that is explicitly unique to it, we could go ahead and literally just add that ID into this div that we're creating. So I'm just going to go ahead here and also wrap that around so we could get that and send that ID in. Okay, now that we got an ID in, we also want to make sure that this div is going to keep the rules of alignment of being positioned absolutely and being positioned in the top and left. So I'm going to go ahead here and just add another style. And in the style, what the rules that I want to have a position of absolute, We want to position top of 0 pixels, left of 0 pixels as well. So we're creating here this beautiful string here, and I could, again, from the same concept of we could put in an array and just break it down based on how many items are there. It's more efficient. So I literally just go ahead here and just basically comma through all the items and basically join it with an empty string. And I could go ahead here and just override that sdiv and set that sdiv again to be equal to that value. So I'll do sdiv and just set that to be the string, that final string that we really want to send in to our append body. This is a jump in from the future. I made a typo. I didn't even realize that typo, but I could have redone this video, but it's such a fantastic mistake because it helps me showcase another something about one is everything was working perfectly, so I couldn't even see it as I created the rest of the title. Now, the mistake that I've made was basically is bigger than just this typo, because this typo of absolute it should have made the layout do completely different things. But in reality, our elements in our sdiv, well, our divs themselves are derived out of a class, and that class is already positioned absolutely. So all this really is, this sdiv is a wrapper class. And as a wrapper class, we don't really need to position it at all. So really all of this code, all this styling is just overkill. And as such, we could literally just go ahead and delete it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do, because literally it doesn't really do anything. It just adds more into our application. Now I'm going to jump back into the video. You could fix it, but really you could just delete that styling altogether, and it's just not needed. Even better for our performance, getting rid of things that we don't need to. So let's jump right back into the video, and please just correct that typo or even delete that whole styling rule. We don't need to get a referral because we're only getting our body back, but now that we've added our item in this capacity, the next step for us is to actually really get a referral. So to get a referral, and we're not going to be reusing the div variable really, or are we? We might want to use it inside of here when we're creating our animation. So let's keep that here for a second. And I'll just create really quickly a variable, that ref variable again. And we could always override it and then position it back with all the other arrays, and as we clean up all the items that are not being used. So let's go ahead and fetch that information, and the information is basically the ID that we have. So I'm going to put here hashtag and that ID. So hashtag plus that ID. And we also want to add to it also. And again, sometimes when you see, oh, there's only 2, 3 pluses, don't worry about adding it into array. It's really when you see that you have a lot of items, that's when it becomes efficient. So I'm going to go ahead here and put here a space. And what else do I want? I want to get all the divs that are sitting inside of this hashtag, this area. So if I go ahead and do this and I take a peek at our ref length, I should get all the items listed out. So I'll have here the time, the 13, 54, and 50, which is exactly what I want to get. And each time we're having an update, we do have a problem because we're getting 58, 59, which is not what we want to get. Really, we want to get only one at a time. And the reason is because we didn't reset our count and our index yet. So I'm going to go ahead there and just move those items up. Before we even add the items, before we even do this additions of our sdiv and reshifting and realigning it, I'm just going to go ahead here and making sure that that new index is there so our count is reset, so we're not adding more than the amount of items that we want to. Beautiful. If we click here, refresh, and just run it one more time, we should see that first time around we should be adding a lot of stuff. But each time after that, we're only going to be adding one item at a time, which is exactly what we expected to, unless we're hitting that reset, which would be once a minute. Beautiful. So now that that logic is complete, we also don't need this array anymore. So we could go ahead and just delete that reference to that A item. It's just not needed anymore because we don't need that array. We have this referral, which is local. I could go ahead and also add that into our elements if we want to. So I'll go ahead here and just add that so we're not defining a new variable when it's not needed. And next is we could undo this return and go ahead and take a peek into this for loop and see, is there anything here that we need to change? So first of all, we probably don't need these CSS attributes, but they're commented out. We don't need this array anymore, so we could get rid of the array. We still need a reference to our item. We only need a reference once to our item, but we don't want it to be from sdiv. We want to get that reference from the item itself that is returned to us, which is sitting inside of this ref. So I'll go ahead here and just send in my ref in position I.
And once I set my ref in position I, okay, so the left and top we really have to change each time. The animation in our case we really have to change each time. We don't need to add anything into the body anymore. We don't need this line of code anymore. We don't need this line of code anymore. So if we go ahead here and just save this, go back into my application, click on refresh, we should see a really, really optimized and a much more fluid animation. And you can see because we hit it exactly when the seconds change, so we saw it twice going on at the same time. But you can see that the animations are a lot more fluid. And also, by the way, all these traces that we're having also affect on performance. So if I go ahead here and just, they affect only when we have it actually open. But when we're, as in the first chapter that we saw, when we actually cleared them up each time, let me just get rid of ones that are inside of a place that is repetitive, that repeats itself often. So I'm just going to go ahead here and just find any place where in our creative clock, update clock, we go ahead and just comment that out. We don't need that. Anything that happens, oopsie, what am I doing? So anything that's happening repetitively, especially inside of this area, I want to take out. But also comments, I don't need them inside of my for loop. So how about I just get rid of them? I'll put them underneath here so you guys will still have a reference to them if you need them, and just get rid of them. The more we get rid of stuff, the better inside of our loop, because even if it's a comment, the processor has to go through and see if there's a comment there. Although when we're minimizing our code, that is gone as well. In our case, it's not minimized yet. We still have that production level code, so it has to go through and clear out them out at some point. So for us, it's better off not to have them at all. Moreover than that, if we really wanted to cut things down even further, we could have broken down and not created all these variables and created all these referrals. They don't take a lot of memory. They don't take a lot of space. But in our case, as we're only using them once, I could go ahead here and literally just make sure that I take the value that it's in my top here, cut it out, put it in the top, because we don't really need a variable for it if we have it only one time. Same goes for our left. I could literally take the value inside of left, position it aside. Now I could get rid of another 2 variables, really 3 variables, because I don't need the div either anymore. And I could just get rid of all of that. And now I have only one beautifully condensed item, and I could go right back up to the top there, get rid of div because we don't need it anymore. Get rid of left and top because we don't need it anymore. So you can see how all these steps slowly we're improving our efficiency, and really at this stage our application is very, very efficient. There's a few small things that we could still do to make it more efficient, but that will be in a different video. And we'll just take a little peek here at that small changes that we created. You see how smooth and fluid that animation was. Now, one of the stuff that you'll notice is also that initial item where the items are sitting there in position waiting to be animated. What we might want to do is also add an animation of fading all those item ins, starting them from maybe invisible and getting them all the way to be visible. Now, it's an animation that will take more taxing on our processor, but we're going to take a look at that and talk about that in a future video, actually the next one. The following lecture is so important and so advanced that even jQuery currently doesn't support it fully. GreenSock does, but this main topic is about animation, and often you'll find that you want to animate a lot of things, and you basically want them to do the same thing. Maybe you want to move all of them in a certain amount of pixels, or maybe you want to fade out a few items at the same time. Using separate CSS rules is forcing us to create a lot of reflows and refreshes on our HTML page because we're defining new items to a lot of stuff. For the browser, it's way more effective if we could talk to everything together. Now, we could do that with jQuery UI, and that's what we're going to do in this lecture. In general, you want to try to, once you move into more advanced animations, there's going to be a topic that you want to focus on. Once you have a lot of things going on at the same time, if you could animate the CSS itself, a class itself directly, instead of animating an item directly, well, you're automatically going to improve the performance of your HTML application, because it's easier for HTML to refresh a rule that applies to a lot of things than it is to go to a lot of things and apply it directly to them. Let's see it in action. So far, all of our animations were basically animations that controlled or manipulated CSS directly on the timeline. Now, in the HTML page itself, but a lot more efficient animations are animations where we control it and animate actually CSS directly instead of animating different divs and different layers. The idea behind it also opens up the door for you to be able to animate more things. But beyond that, it doesn't force a refresh of all of our page because we're not rewriting items on our page. We're animating only the CSS, and the browser is a lot more smart because then it could only manipulate whatever was changed. And it doesn't have to worry at all about things that didn't change. It doesn't have to check to see if something has changed. So the next thing that I want to do is I literally want to go ahead, and unfortunately there's no default way of doing this inside of jQuery. The only way to create this effect is if we're or using a different animation platform, such as the one that I encouraged you to check out earlier, which was up above there below of greensock.com. But in our case, to be able to manipulate and create this animation, I'm going to have to go ahead and add into our jQuery also jQuery UI. So I'm going to go ahead and add jQuery UI. Again, I'm adding more to my file size. Not necessarily the best of things, but I'm improving my performance again, especially if I'm going to create a lot of animations and highly intense animations. And obviously in a real world scenario, knowing these limitations, we would probably want to come up with a different solution of animations to make sure that will be the most smooth as possible. So if we could have created an animation where we would only manipulate CSS properties and still get an effect that was worthy of our need, then we could have created a lot more effective, a lot more interesting animations that way. But let's go ahead and continue just to showcase the sample of using fade-ins. And I already imported jQuery UI. I pasted it in. Just make sure you get the latest version. And I'm going to go there inside of my source code into my digital formats, format digits. And what I want to do is I want to go to my wrapper div. And in my CSS, I created a hidden and a visible CSS rule, and I want to make sure that it's going to be invisible. So I'm going to go ahead there and just space. I'm going to set the word class, create a new class, and I'll set the name to be hidden. If I go ahead and save this, I should see now that my items are not going to be, I'm not going to see the creative clock at all. Notice also how even though a lot of things are happening behind the scenes, everything is very smooth. We're not seeing any issues, and a lot of it is because there's no reflows, obviously. There's no refreshes, there's no movement on the screen. But obviously that's not going to be that exciting if that was the end of the lesson. The next step is for us to animate in that hidden layer, and I'm going to go ahead here and just approach directly that item, that div with that specific ID that we broached earlier. And I'll just go ahead here into this item itself. I'm going to switch classes, switch class. And I'll say what was the class that we were in that was hidden, and we want to switch it with visible or visible. I think I called it visible. Let me check. Yep, visible. I want to switch it with visible, and I want it to take 200 milliseconds. So I'll put there the third comma for 200 milliseconds. And there you go. That's all I really had to do to create this animation. And what's really powerful about this, for example, if we were animating our items and only animating their visibility and controlling them all directly in one rule, we wouldn't need to manipulate anything inside of this CSS, inside of the document directly, making sure there is no reflows of the HTML page itself, and only whatever is animating would then the browser would have to focus on. In this case, it's an example that is just adding a little bit more stuff into our element. So in our case, oh, and I have here a little mistake probably. Let me make sure and let me save it. Make sure I save. Sometimes I forget to save. Go back in there, take it for one more chance. Okay, so that wasn't that. I must have, maybe I should, maybe let me just copy and make sure that the name visible is really the name. I don't have here any typos. Give it one more shot. Click on refresh. All right, so that's not it. Again, let's check to see, is the ID, am I approaching the right thing? Is it the ID? It sure is the ID of the, is it the item that I've added that hidden layer? It sure is. Maybe I was supposed to do it the other way around. Maybe I made a mistake. Let's give it a shot. Let's check it out. Click on refresh. Let's check to see if there's any errors going on here. Oh, here we go. So we have here an error. That was the reason. So first of all, we can see that switch class is not a function, which tells me that probably we didn't load in jQuery UI correctly. So if I go inside to my source files again and just take a peek and see if jQuery UI was loaded, or if I didn't save that specific file, which is even more important. Let me undo this double change that I just created here. Sometimes these small little mistakes could cost you a lot of time debugging, but here we go. So that solved our problem. You can see that we're starting from invisible. Obviously we're adding a lot, or we're adding more to our performance here because we're really pushing the limit here.
But it shows us if we would have a strategy that was smarter and we were using more animating CSS instead of animating and manipulating directly the items on the stage, then we would have a much more efficient animation. And there are some libraries that are just better for animation. So if you know that you're having a project that has a lot of animations, then it makes sense to check out libraries that's their core competency. And that's really what I wanted, that main topic that I wanted to lead in with talking about animating CSS rules directly. And that covers our talk about animation and reflows in general. We have a small topic that could have been involved in the first section as well, but I wanted to integrate into it a little bit of jQuery, and it was before we put jQuery inside. So we're going to slip it in right here in section 6. Now, what we're going to do in this section is talk about asynchronous JavaScript. Very important. When you don't need the asset to load immediately, let's load it up when we want to. We're going to look at the HTML version of it, but we're also going to see how could we load it up using jQuery and just load the script whenever we feel like it. So let's jump into it. Let's see it in action. It's incredibly useful and a very powerful way to load up your application quickly to your user and then only load up the extra stuff that you want when you want to. And if you work also with the caching that we did in the first chapter, then you could load up assets, as many of them as you want to. It's not going to hurt your performance of your site. And all these assets could sit in the folder of the user, and you could then update specific items instead of updating always a massive major file. So let's jump right into it. Before we wrap up this conversation we finished talking about animation and reflows and making sure that you're cutting down the amount of times that you're updating things on the stage. There's one really critical and very basic concept that we didn't really talk about in the first chapter, and I really thought it was appropriate to talk about it here as we wrap up this chapter. And that is especially now that we have a few different scripts going on and they're quite heavy. We don't really want or need them to really be loaded up as soon as our application starts, because they're going to slow down, especially if there's some sort of issue going on in those areas, to load up our page. So what I could do is literally just put it all the way on the bottom of my page. Most of you probably know that. Now, beyond that, also, we could use the HTML5 attribute, which basically enables us to load the items up and type inside of them async. It will basically say to the document, hey, don't wait for this item to load. You can continue on loading the other items as that item is loaded. You don't have to worry about the order of the loading. That way, we're making sure that there is no possibility or scenario where if there is no dependency, if I don't have to have this loaded before I'm loading this next item, then I could wait them out. So in our case, I'm just going to leave the regular load up here. And I'll leave this to be async. That's fine with me. But what I want to do is I want to go to this item and I'm going to basically comment it out, because I want to show you, especially if you're working with jQuery and in general, it's a great idea also to load up your script only when you actually need it. So not only async, you could literally go inside of your JavaScript, find the position and time where you want to load it. In this case, our creative clock shouldn't work and won't work unless the jQuery UI is loaded up. But I don't want it to load up immediately, so I'm going to say your start creative clock, and I'll just create this function. And literally when I'm starting my clocks, I'm just going to add here another jQuery call and say, hey, get script. I want you to get a specific script. In our case, I'm going to path it to the path of that script, and I'll tell it when you're ready, whenever the script is here, then call this last function. Basically saying that we're only going to start our creative clock once this critical component is there. That way you could break down critical components and elements based on features and load those features up, and only then load those elements once they're available. In this case, that works perfectly for us. So if I go ahead here and just save this and click on refresh, we'll see that now if we click on refresh, we'll see that our clock will still work, but it's going to first load in that item. And again, we're adding here another performance enhancement because we're also delaying the call of that third clock, fourth clock. It doesn't have to come up with all the rest at the exact same point in time. Now, if this was really running on a server, we would really see a big difference in those performances. And that's it. And we're done with this chapter. And we're done talking about flows and animations and divs and timing. We are in our last chapter, our last session, and in this session we're going to be talking about performance in general, and we're going to be talking about data. Now, I want to start off also by saying that we're going to jump into Chrome, because The tools in Chrome are the tools that we're going to be using to do profiling at a later video. What I want to do is I want to talk briefly about, well, not that briefly, to be honest. It's a little bit long, but it's very, very powerful, very, very, very good stuff. We're going to be talking about on your server, you have to do a lot of stuff if it's from a security perspective, if it's from any other reason. But you want to push to the client side a lot of the things to avoid contacting the server when you don't have to. And beyond that, to let the user do all the work, as much as the work as you can, because then you're pushing the load onto more than just your server. So if the user could pitch in and help, then you're reducing the load on your server, improving the speed of your application in general. So it's not only about making JavaScript faster, it's making your whole application holistically faster, and communicating less with your server will make it faster, because less communication with the server means what? It means that you're going to spend less time on the most valuable resource you have, which is your server. So let's jump into it, see what I mean. And in this case, we're going to validate forms. Even though we're going to do these validations on the server as well, we're going to make sure that we're going to send the right data onto the server. So that way there won't be a chance that our server will need to go through this validation process more than once. And we definitely don't want to send the same thing to our server 10 times. That is really not cost effective with a server. So let's do it.
I created a sample just to showcase something very simple. Now, although your server side is validating this new email subscription that I've created here because you don't want people to be able to add stuff onto your server, this is not very efficient because we're traveling to the server back and forth. Now, it doesn't really matter if you're creating a beautiful API for it or you're redirecting people to a new page, you're still creating an overload on your system. What we want to do is, instead of that, we want to capture and validate that the submission form here is really empty before we move on. Now, to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my form that I've created while you were away in between chapters, and I want you to go right into the input section where this email is. Now, what I'm going to go ahead here is just add another attribute, and this attribute is called required. And I'm just going to set the value to be empty, or set the value to be the words required. It doesn't really matter. As long as I'm setting something there, it's going to make sure that our item is required. Now, if I go ahead and I click on refresh on my application, this time around, if I try to submit something when it's empty, it's going to tell me, it's going to give me an error validation telling me, please fill out this field. Now, with that said, if you're running on a browser that does not support HTML5 yet, then it's not going to work. So assuming that we have HTML5 for now, and in the next lecture, we're going to talk about how do you create a backup plan for users that don't have HTML5 capabilities. But even before we do that, if someone types in something here like my name and clicks on to join, that's not a valid field. And again, I'm going to get an error message once I create here a submission. So to solve this problem, what you're going to want to do is you're going to go back into the editor. And instead of setting the type to be text, we're going to go ahead and set it to be email. Now, this is really the heart of this lecture. It's relatively short, and it's really about when you're creating forms, and anything else really, try to push the logic onto the client side as much as you can. Yes, from security reasons, you have to do it on the server as well, but you want to avoid traveling to the server as much as you can. So in this case, if someone doesn't type in something, we don't want to go to the server at all. If someone types something, but that something is not valid, then we want to capture it even before the user moves on. By doing so, we're basically enabling a smoother application, less lag, less hit on our server, and the less we're hitting the server, and the more the user is working on their own system, the better it is for us, because then we're going to be cutting down dramatically the amount of hits on our application on our server, and by that we're going to improve the performance of our application. Now, as this course in general, this whole pile of lectures is all about JavaScript, in the next lesson we're going to talk about how do you create a validator that would work for you even if our application doesn't support, if our browser doesn't support HTML5 validation rules. And we're going to look into that in the next lecture. In our last lecture, we were lucky. The validations we needed existed in HTML5. But in the real world, we might have browsers that don't support it, or in the real world, we might want to create something that doesn't exist. So in this lecture, we're going to go ahead and create a fallback for HTML5 for all the users that don't support this capability of creating the validation before they move on. That way, we're making sure that our code will work. We're reducing the amount of time we're hitting our server.
Again, so let's jump right into it. This time we're going to actually create the logic ourselves instead of leaning on HTML5 validation rules. All right. The next step for us, we already seen how to use the HTML5 built-in features that enable us to test to see if a form is valid or not, cutting down the travel needed between the client and the server. But not every browser supports HTML5 currently. So let's go ahead and try to see how could we improve our logic, basically making sure that we're pushing this logic to the client. So go ahead and you're on ready, and I'm going to go ahead here and create a new function, and I'm going to call it setup form. Our setup form is going to be relatively simple. I'm going to go ahead and just create that method, that function really actually, setup form. And what I want to do in the setup form is first I want to basically capture the submit button. So to do that, I'm going to approach the subscribe form with jQuery. I'm going to go ahead there and just call the subscribe. And I'm going to go ahead and call the submit function, the built-in function of jQuery, that will basically enable me to create a callback function, which I'm going to send in as an anonymous function. Now, again, we talked about this previously about how we want to avoid using anonymous functions. But in this case, because I know this function is only going to be called once, and I'm never really deleting this function, I'm not that concerned about the fact that it's anonymous because we're never really going to get rid of it. With that said, if I was going to create here some sort of form like we did earlier, some sort of callback that is going to be used multiple times, then I definitely would want to use function that would have a name that would not be anonymous. In this case, I'm not concerned too much about it because I know that I'm never going to get rid of it. The first step that I want to do is I want to kill the default behavior, and to do that I'm going to approach the parameter that is sent in, which is the event, and ask to prevent the default behavior of it. So now no matter what we send, it's going to stop it. It's not going to send it. So I'm going to go ahead here and just click on refresh. We'll see that if I submit here an email, a real email, my email, and I try to click on it, and one is like I didn't actually, I probably have your little typo. Let me just make sure that I'm typing everything here correctly. I am approaching the subscribe. And let me go ahead and just make sure that everything here is fine. And if I go ahead here and I click on join, you'll see that now it's not doing anything. We just killed that automatic transition. Beautiful. The next step for us is I'm going to go ahead, and what I want to do is I want to check the validity of this form itself. To do that, what I want to do is I want to approach that text field, this input field that has our email inside of it, and I want to fetch the information inside of this email. Now to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and use jQuery again, and I'm going to literally just ask for that specific item. And once I got that specific item, I'm going to go ahead and ask to validate it. I'm going to ask for the value first. Sorry, we're going to talk about validation of the item in a second. And really what I want to do is I want to get the value. Now that I got the value, I want to maybe test it out and see if it's is the value that we're getting back is a valid value. So I'm going to go ahead here and just for a second here, just put here a console so we could see the steps that we're creating. And I'm just going to go ahead here, save it, go back into my browser, click on refresh, open up my inspector. And I'm going to go into my console, and I'm going to go into the logging itself, and I'm going to go ahead here and just click on submit, and you're going to see that we're going to get our submit button right away underneath here. Now I'm going to go ahead and continue with this line, and the next step that I want to do is I want to create basically a function that would test to see if this email is valid or not. Now to avoid opening up a completely new topic, which is regex, I just want to talk about it briefly. And I'm really just creating here an isEmail function. I'm sending inside a function, and I really want what I want to do is I want to return if it's an email or not. Now to do that, I'm going to use regex, and I'm not going to go into the laws and rules of regex. I'm just going to go ahead here and just copy this regex, and you could find many regular expressions. If you just search them on Google, you could find many regular expressions that test out strings. Really, all this says in a nutshell is that we have here a valid any combination of letters and numbers and underscores, and then we have to have a at, and then again copy, and then again dot, and then we have your or 2 or 4 items after that dot. And that's really basically our email. And in this case, if I'm just going to go ahead here and I'm just going to send out this return, and I'm just going to, after creating this regular expression, which is built in inside of JavaScript, I could literally just test out the value that comes back with this regular expression. all that's left for me to do to test to see if this email is valid, wrap it around into, let me just make sure that I closed everything, and I sure did. And let's test out and see, is our email valid? So if I go ahead here and I wrote here text by mistake, I actually wanted to write here test. And if I go right back in there and click on refresh, and this time around we have here, first of all, this email, we see that is true, beautiful. And let's go ahead here and try also, if I'll add here a few extra letters, we'll see that it's still true. And if I add here .coil, it's going to be true as well. But if I don't have here a dot at all, and I click and check it, we'll see that it's not going to be valid. So only if we're putting a format of an email that is valid, then it's actually going to say that it's valid. Now that we know that it's valid, we could travel back into our application and decide to change this logic. Instead of preventing the default automatically, what we could do is literally just ask and say, if our email is not valid, oopsie. So I'm going to just go ahead here and just copy everything inside here. So I'm just going to turn this into a not. So if this is not valid, and only if it's not valid, then we're going to go ahead and prevent the default. And then we might want to also present here some sort of message to the user. And I'm going to let you do that, message user, and create some sort of messaging to the user. In any other case, that our form will continue running, and it won't go through the validation. It won't go through this testing. Now, we don't really need this in case that we actually do have the built-in HTML5 logic. So what we could do is also basically just override this whole thing if there is validation. And let me show you how we do that. So again, the next step that I want to do is I want to basically check and see, I don't even want to create this if there is validation logic in. Now the validation logic is very simple to test out. All I really have to do is approach one of my items. In this case, I'm going to approach this item, and I'm going to go ahead just to make sure I'm accessing directly the DOM element. And I want to check to see if the function check validity exists. Now, if the check validity exists, then that means that we're good. We don't need to do all this logic because the check validity will already do this for us because we configured everything in our application. So if I go ahead here and I save this and I go back into my application, I'll just click on refresh here, we should see that check validity, the function itself exists right away here. And because it exists, what we could do is literally just have here an if this whole thing does not exist. And only if this whole thing does not exist, then we could go ahead and approach this and add this extra logic. So literally what we're doing here is we're getting rid of the submit button if we don't need it, because in this case we know HTML5 will be able to do it for us. And these are really the steps that are involved where if we know the browser could do it, then we got the browser to do it for us. If the browser can't do it, then we're going to add this logic ourselves and then run our application and stop the default whenever we fetch an error. Now, in general, again, anytime you see something that you're doing on your server that you could do it on the client, it's a good idea to think about maybe doing it on the client. Now, if you're concerned about mobile applications versus desktops, you could always add some level of logic into it where you push more things to do on the client if it's a desktop, and if it's a mobile, then you let your server do it. But really, the more you push onto the client, the faster your server will run, and that way you're going to be able to serve more people. So the more you put on the client and make it as efficient as you can, the better. And that's it for this topic, and it really covers this really big topic of pushing everything you could onto the client while maintaining the flow. And in this case, checking for an email submission form is very easy for us, and we're avoiding the need for the user to travel 2-3 times with the server, which would bloat out and create a bad experience for the user anyways. Alrighty, that's it for this topic. Often I get asked, what is the best data type to use? Is it to use JSON? Is it to use XML? Is it to use web services? Is it to use any other databases? Whatever it might be. Well, the answer is not as good as the question, unfortunately, but I feel like it's so important because I get this question so often. And the answer is it just really depends on the situation. In general, you want to work with your server. Now, if your server is leaning heavily on a database, or leaning heavy on XML, or leaning heavy on whatever it might be, you want to reduce the amount of work your server needs to do period. It's fine if you do more work on the JavaScript end if it helps reduce the workload of your server. So that you really need to give control over that decision on your server side guy and on the server itself. So if you're the server side guide and you created a plan, a strategy that is based off a specific technology, then you want to work off with the most cost-effective way for that technology. Personally, I prefer JSON. Personally, I prefer small packets. And if your server is built for and is capable of sending and creating small packets easily, then that is a wonderful solution. So that's it. It's a theoretical question, and we're going to move on to another theoretical question before we get back to coding. Unfortunately, in the scope of this cluster of lectures, it's unrealistic for us to create a sample for what I'm going to talk about now. But it's so important that we decided to put this in as a theoretical lecture. In a real-world application, you're going to have a server, and that server is going to communicate to your client. Each time your client is communicating with your server, you want to ask yourself, how often do you want to get live, real data from your server? And that's really the big question, because if the server already sent information to the client, do you want to let the user get that information refreshed after a second? After 5 seconds? After 10 seconds? Maybe that data never refreshes. Maybe it comes back only once a year. Maybe once that data is by the user, then that data will never change. And in that case, you want to create a local storage for the user. If it's a local storage for the session itself, then you would store that for the session itself. If you want to create a session that's even longer, you might want to put a cookie. You want to save that data so you don't have to communicate with the server. And we talked about that throughout our course, but the less you communicate with the server, the better. So every time you fetch something from a server or your server, ask yourself the question, should I store this on a session base and never ask the server again? Unless the user refreshes on their own will or closes their browser and opens up again. Or maybe even more so, I want to save this data for a longer term because I don't need to get this data again from the server. And ask those questions, and those answers that you answer, try to build for them, because those will create a much better performing application in general. And that already dives out of the world of JavaScript into the world of JavaScript communicating with the world. We're still talking about data. Theory is over. We're back to hands-on coding. Now, one of the big problems in general, and a very common error developers make when it comes to data processing, is when you take HTML collections, which is basically anything in your HTML document that comes back natively from your HTML as an array or a pseudo array with information such as data from an input field or your images and so on and so forth, and you're planning to do a manipulation on it, there is a high probability that you'll create an endless loop there or cause performance related issue or create bugs that you didn't expect. Now, what I want to talk about, I want to show you that situation in our live code so you know what we're talking about. And in our next lecture, we're going to solve that problem and show you how to create basically a real array that is not going to update dynamically based on the changes in your application. So let's see what I mean. In general, we've been working with jQuery, and that kind of saved us from a few different issues that I want to talk about really briefly right now. If we were working directly with the DOM itself, and for example, I wanted to get all of our forms, and I wanted to get maybe the specific form. You know, we have only one form, but I wanted to get one specific form, and I wanted to get its length. I would see that I have a length of 3. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just into my application here, and it's going to be something very theoretical right now. But if I wanted, and I created here some sort of variables, such as example, let's say data. And in this data, I would want to travel through what's inside of my document, what's inside of my forms, what's inside of my first form, and this is my item. Now, I might be inclined to use this variable as if it is a regular array. But it's not, because this array is live and is updating every time something changes in the document. So if in any chance I'm going to be adding things into the form as I'm doing to a loop. So for example, what if I wanted to do a loop here and loop through, and I'm not going to do it, it's going to be a little bit theoretical this lesson, and I want to loop through and add items into the form, adding more labels or adding more input fields dynamically. If I would do that, this data item, and we'll just write the structure of that for loop, and I'll have your data, length, We want as long as our I is smaller than our data length, and we want to progress our I each time by 1. Now, notice that this sounds very good, but what if I added input into data? What if I into the form 0 really? And if I'm adding here even one thing inside of here, if I'm adding anything into it, I'm basically automatically growing the length of my array. Now, this is not a very common error, but it does happen. And not only with built-in objects. If you by any chance inside of a loop are also adjusting or modifying the item itself that has your dynamic length value, then you're basically going to every time, because this is calculated each time, each round. This would create an endless loop. Now, one way to avoid an endless loop is just grabbing the length property itself and just extracting it so we're not approaching an object each time. So that's already a good start. But if we're adding items inside, if they're going to be added into a position that is earlier on in the stack, then obviously we're not going to get what we actually wanted to get. So instead of that, what we would want to do is duplicate the values that are coming back here using the arrays concat. So literally just duplicating this array before we actually travel through it. This is under the assumption that inside of this for loop, we're going to be manipulating or changing something inside of the array, such as maybe removing items or adding items for that matter. So without further ado, so even if we remove items, we're going to mess up our logic. So it's not only about an endless loop. So bear in mind that, and if you're working with jQuery or a library similar to that, then when you're fetching that information, it's creating an array for you, and it's not going to automatically update once that object is set and positioned. Contrary to the built-in structures where they'll automatically update if we're referring back to those built-in elements. So make sure that you duplicate them and you're not just copying them the way we're doing here. And that's what we're going to look at in the next video, just to see how do you make a duplication in case you don't know. It's just so important that I wanted to separate the theory and the just practice of it, just to show you the steps involved with it. And we're going to do that immediately in the following lecture. In the last lecture, we got familiar with HTML collections. In this lecture, we're going to see how to create a real array out of it very easily, approaching jQuery to save us again. To solve the problem we presented in the last lecture where our data item could automatically grow and open up the door to endless loop or some sort of memory leak or some sort of issue where we're not actually doing what we want to do, what we really want to do is convert this into an array anytime we're approaching an item directly. An array that is built in that is coming from our HTML, which is called an HTML collection. Now, if we're working with jQuery, it's incredibly easy. And if we're not, we could just use a loop and loop through those 3 items and literally just create a new array and just position all those items into it. Now, probably a more convenient way to do this is to basically call the jQuery command of jQuery.makeArray. And it will take anything that looks like an array that's not exactly an array and convert it into a full-blown array, basically duplicating the item and making sure that once we start referring to it and adding items or removing items, it would not then approach and change just like we would have with our earlier example. All right, so it's really simple. Kept it really small, kept it really specific. I'm just going to comment this out because this is a very relatively theoretical section. Anytime there is a situation where you need to fetch data directly from the DOM and that data is coming back as an array or sort of an array, if you're working with jQuery, then make sure that you convert it into a real array. And if you're working with if you're not working with a plugin or you're working with a different plugin, make sure that you know how to convert it into array, even if you need to create a utility function that would basically be just a for loop that would loop through the items and convert them into an array. And just remember all the things that we talked about arrays in previous lessons, such as defining in advance the length of the array and then adding the items by positioning them. So don't create here a for loop and then creating here some sort of a push. So don't create here a var, let's say output array a out. And this one would be basically, we would want to fetch that data length, right? So we would just set the length to be a new array, and we would set that value to be the actual length, making sure that we're reserving the right amount into our memory. And all that would be left for us is to go through that A out in position I and then set the value that was in that original item. So for example, in this case, if we had the original item that was data, then we would go to data and then position the data that's inside of data into our new array that we've created. That way we're creating a new wrapper, a new array that wouldn't be controlled by that external events that could happen in the DOM itself. All right, so that's it for this topic, and we're moving off from formal training into memory related issues, and we're moving into a new segment in this chapter where we're going to start covering items that are related to monitoring and improving your application in a more holistic external way, and you'll learn more about that in the next lecture. A few sessions ago, we talked about frames per second, FPS. We didn't really know how to measure the actual frames per second that our application is loading. That's exactly what we're going to do now. We're going to create together an FPS monitor that is going to help you monitor your application and see if it's actually working to the spec that you want it to work. So let's see it in action. This section is going to be incredibly fun, a bit long, but fun things sometimes take a while to explain. We're going to create together an FPS counter that will let us know basically how well is our application performing. How long does it take for items to refresh on the screen? So let's jump right into it, and you'll see that in our sample we've added an FPS element, and I want to show you what we added in. So I've added I added a div layer which has an ID called FPS, and in the bottom of my body I've added the script fps.js. Now, in the script itself, when you open it up, it's going to be completely filled out, so feel free to delete it and start from scratch with me. Now, even before starting our sample, I want to go through the things that we're going to need. So the first thing that I'm going to need is I'm going to need access. I'm going to just create those variables really quickly. I'm going to need access to that FPS div that we've created in our HTML. The next thing that I want to do is, I'm just going to go ahead here and explain the idea behind here. I want to animate something and then basically always have it animating so I can then check and see how often does it get refreshed, how often does it change. To do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and create a new A colors, and what I really want to do is I'm going to go to this background and just have it fade in and out to do different colors, making sure that I'm always doing some sort of an animation. I could have, if I wanted to, put it outside of the area of my screen, or created an animation that is so subtle that the user wouldn't notice it too much, such as going from blue to another shade of blue, which could be very fun. But usually you would put an FPS whenever the user is not really there, so it doesn't really matter. You usually would probably drop this FPS in a real application. So I'm going to go ahead and just set those colors, and I'm just going to paste here a few colors that I pre-configured earlier. So we're going to go ahead and just put there, and what I'm going to do is animate between those two colors sequentially, each time this color and then that color. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to set a counter that's going to count how many times was the screen refreshed in general since our application begun. Another value that I'm going to want is I'm going to want the last value of our animation so I could then see if a change has happened. Last but not least, I want to also set the time parameter so I know what time was it between each section. Now, one thing that I want to make sure, what I want to talk about here really quickly is new date exists and is very commonly used, but it's not very efficient when it comes down to things that are very, very accurate. A much better performance measure is a module that's called window.performance.now, which will actually return to us the value that is currently in time since the browser has refreshed. Basically, in other words, it's going to basically give us the actual time that passed since the application begun, really, since the document completed loaded. Now, we could call this anytime we want to without needing to instantiate anything, because that is happening always. Now, not every browser supports it, so what we're doing here right now is quite modern, and you'll have to make sure that if it doesn't work on your browser, it's probably because that specific browser doesn't support that. So, but we're not concerned by that. We're kind of cutting edge right now, and this is really just a research tool, so we're not going to have it run all the time. We're only having it run when we're testing it out on the browsers that we're supporting. All right, so now that we've done with those intros, it's time for us to start an animation. So I'm going to go ahead for my FPS, and I want to animate it. And literally all I'm going to do is I'm going to select the property of background color. And what I want to do is I want to animate the A colors
position 0 because that's our first animation. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to set how long do I want that animation to take place, which is 1 second. And last but not least, I also want to have a callback that will be called whenever animation completes. So I'm going to call that on FPS animation done. Oh, anim done. Let's do it anim done. All right. So that's it. That's all we really had to do from the animation perspective. All that's left for us to do is also make sure that we have that function actually defined. And once our function is defined, we can now start manipulating and deciding what do we want to do next. What I really want to do is I want my animation to always go on and always continue. Now in this case, if I just run my application once, it's going to basically fade our item from whatever position it's in. Oh, and I must have here a little typo. So let me open up my inspector and look into my console to see am I getting any information. So first of all, I'm seeing A colors is not defined. So let me go ahead and make sure that A color and not A colors, right? So I could go ahead here and or change it to A colors to make sure that that should work. And let me just run this one more time. And we'll see that our item fades out. It takes it 1 second. Beautiful. What we really want to do is have it flip between colored, not colored, colored, not colored. And to do that, what I want to do is I want to pass a parameter through my div layer. I want to basically use a jQuery command that enables me to save some information that will relate to that specific FPS. I could, if I want, create here a toggle variable as well, but it's good for our practice and for you guys to see other ways to treat data, especially if you had a lot of things going on at the same time. But really, technically, I could have just created here a variable and have it toggle between true and false and change the direction, or between 0 and 1. Now, the next step, what I really want to do is I'm going to go ahead and check to see what is our index. And what we're really going to do is we're going to use a property of jQuery that is called data. And with data, what I could do is basically or fetch information variables or set them based on a specific div. So it's basically information that is stored that is related to a specific div. In this case, it's not set, so it wouldn't be equal 1. And in that case, I'm going to want to get the value 0 or 1. So again, so in this case, if the value does not equal 1, then we're going to make it 1. If the value does equal 1, then we're going to turn it into 0. Now, once I got this value inside of my index, all that's left for me to do, and by the way, this is a ternary operator. We haven't seen this before, but I don't think I've showed it in this video segment. But basically, this means if this value is true, then return this. If not, return that. And in this case, we're passing the value. If this value equals 1, then I'm going to, if this is not 1, or if it is 1, we're going to pass 0 to our index. If the value is not, then we will pass 1. All right, that makes sense. The next step that I want to do is I want to go into that FPS data, and I want to basically set that index to that new value that it is. Now, I'm not too concerned about making my code overly optimized because I really want to help showcase also the speed of our FPS. So for my account, I don't mind that I'm adding a little bit more lag, but in a real application, I probably want to modify and improve based on all the things that we've talked about previously, such as, optimizing it by setting a variable instead of approaching an object each time and calling a function each time. So if we have only 1 FPS, and that is the case, it would be a lot more efficient if we were working with a local variable instead of calling a method 2 times. All right, but I'm going to ignore that, and I'm going to go ahead into my FPS and animate it again. Literally, what I'm going to do is just grab this function call that we had in our initial beginning, and once I have that, basically go ahead here and change just one property, which is what are we animating. And in this case, what we're animating is going to be our A colors, and we want to animate the position index. So it's going to each time toggle between 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. If I go ahead here, we should create an endless loop of animations where this animation should basically animate out, animate in, animate out, animate in, unless we have here a little error here, and we can see here that maximum call stack size exceeded, which basically means we must have here an endless loop here that we've created without noticing. So let's take a deeper look at this to try to understand what have we done incorrectly. So just taking a deeper look at here, first of all, this seems just about right, but the problem here is that we're referring to ourselves. So I'm basically I'm going into A colors, which is really, I don't want to do that. All I really wanted to do is just get to A colors index. I by mistake created a double call. So really that's all I really wanted, because that's the index I needed. So I just wanted to replace that 0 with the index. So I'll go ahead here and save that. Go back and click refresh one more time, and we should see that now it's going to fade in and fade out endlessly. Now that we have an animation that is constant, that we could talk to all the time, that we know that it's always moving, it's time for us to test and see how often does this animation actually get updated. And to do that, we're going to take advantage of that performance now that we were looking at earlier. And really what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create a set interval that's going to run forever, so I don't even need a variable for it. So I'm going to just send inside a function inside, and I'm going to have it run really quickly, once every 10 milliseconds. Now inside of the set interval that I've created, what I really want to do is I want to check to see if the last value, which is not set initially, which is fine, if it's not exactly equal to our FPS CSS background color, then what do we want to do? If it doesn't equal it exactly, then we want to basically make sure that we're going to update our count. So I'm going to go ahead to my count, and I'm going to update our count. Now, only if it doesn't equal it, then we're going to change it. But also one thing that we want to do immediately is we also want to go to that last val, and we're going to go to that last val, and we're going to go ahead and set that value into it. And again, we want to be a little bit better performing, so let's create here FPS val and just set here just the value. That way we're not calling a method twice without a reason, and I could just compare between two local variables, a lot more efficient, and then set that variable into that last val, basically saying if it's not the same, then okay, make it the same and just update the count. That means there was a change in our view. The next step that I want to do is I also want to count how much time passed since the beginning of time. In our case, the beginning of time was the actual time that we had up here. So I'm just going to go ahead here and just create one more variable that we're going to want to use, and I'm going to call it since start. And I'm going to go ahead here, now that I have that variable, and calculate how much time passed. So to do that, I'm going to go to my window, performance, now, and I'm going to subtract the time, the original time that this application started. Now I'm going to create an FPS that is a little bit different, and I encourage you to create an FPS of your own that is better. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an FPS that is continuous. And the idea behind this is also to see how our performance is going on over time and how it affects us over time. Are we growing in our number? Are we going down in our number? And if I'll go ahead here and I'm going to go to my FPS text, and I'm just going to write out basically the value of how many refreshes a minute, or how many refreshes a minute are there. So I'm going to take 1 minute and divide it based on with the actual time in average it takes us to create a refresh. So we know how much time passed. Okay, so that's the first property. That's a value that's going to be in seconds. So I'm going to basically divide it by the amount of times that this count has been growing. Now this count is going to grow forever. We're never really resetting it until we decide that we want to make a reset. But for now, we're not going to create a reset. We're just going to create the sample. And this is really all the code that we need to create a FPS counter that is incredibly intelligent. And if we go ahead and click on our refresh, we'll see that every time that it has a chance to, it's going to go ahead and update the frame rate. Now, one thing you're going to notice is that in average, our average is going up over time. We're going 57, 56 until it's going to find that balance where in average, our frames per second is basically between 56 and 57 frames per second. And you see that it's continually growing, which means once we're stabilizing and we're not really doing that many things really, we're only doing things whenever we have to, we built a really efficient application, we're seeing that we're not having a memory leak. And a wonderful way to test if you have a real problem of a memory leak is just letting this run for an hour and seeing if it crashes, or even better than that, seeing if your average changes drastically. In our case, we're seeing that we're running on 58 frames per second. If we walk away and come back in 20 minutes, we expect it to stay in that range or hopefully better. Now, I'm going to go ahead into our bad sample, and I want you to see what happens in our bad sample contrary to that. So we're starting in our bad sample, and first of all, in our bad sample, I already was starting from 21 frames per second. If I'm going to go ahead here and just save this, oopsie. All right, after a little bit of testing, I forgot that in our bad sample, the reason why the bad sample is not working is because we're trying to animate the background, which is a property that belongs only to jQuery UI. So I'm going to go ahead into my bad example and make sure that I'm incorporating also jQuery UI. Now that I have jQuery UI in it, I could also test out our bad sample, and I want you to notice something very interesting. Although in the beginning we're struggling to find our frame rate like we were in our good example, while in our good example, every single round, every few minutes, our time went up a bit. It was balancing up, going up. But here we're seeing a struggle between 50 to 51, and now you see 50 doesn't exist anymore. And notice where these numbers, you see how the values are slowly getting lower. What I'm going to do now is just pause the video for a second and return in a few minutes, and we'll see where the frame rate is going to be then. So as you can see, we're back, and our frame rate is slowly getting lower and lower and lower. Although this frame rate is wonderful still, it's very concerning. It's very concerning when you see something changing so drastically. It was just been a few minutes, and in these few minutes, our time went down to 49 frames per second, and soon it's going to go down even further. And don't forget, this is an average. That means our current frame rate might be a lot less than that. We're averaging from the actual beginning of our application. So this is a very concerning trend, and that means that there's a lot of problems in our code. Now, if you let it run for an hour or less even, the application will crash, because we have a lot of issues in our code in our bad example. But we're not going to worry about the bad example, because in our good example, we're going to see that our good example might start weaker, but you're going to see that it's going to stabilize. Once it finds that stabilization point, we're going already across to 52 and 53 and 54, and it's finding that balance. Once it finds that balance, you'll see that if we're sitting on it for quite a while, it's going to grow until it finds its right position. But once it gets to there, unless there's something major going on in our application that's going to slow us down, which there isn't, our application is just to continuously get faster and faster and faster, or stabilize on a certain speed once it gets to that limit of how fast it could render things. And that's around that, you can see it's around that 56, where it's kind of like struggling to figure out where could it be. 56.27 in my case, but it's still climbing up. Now, that's exactly what you want to see in your application. You want to see that it's not going down. You want to see that your frame rate is not getting worse over time, because if it does, that's a very good sign that something is horribly wrong in your application. So that's it. That's it for this lecture, and it was a really important one and a very long one. And go ahead and modify it to your code and start using this FPS counter that we've created together to make sure that you could test out your applications and see, especially applications that have a lot of things going on in them, to see how well are they performing. So I'll see you in the next lecture. We are ready for our last topic, and deliberately I left it to be the last of last topics. I know a lot of developers that lean heavily on profiling tools. I don't. And I think that great developers do lean on them, but not on a all the time basis. You want to become sharp in finding the positions and places where you're creating memory leaks and learn how to avoid them. And that's what we were doing over the last 7 sessions, leading us to this last lecture. We're going to take a look at how do we actually test to see where should we start looking from if it's a massive application? Where could our memory leak be? Is there any issue in our application? And that's what we're going to do using the Google Chrome's profiling tools. And we're going to see how they work and get familiar with them. So let's do it. We are nearing the end of our chapter, and there's really only 2 last relatively theoretic topics that I wanted to talk about. And the first one is profiling, and we're in Google Chrome. Not every browser has profiling, but Google Chrome does, and check to see if your favorite browser has as well, or just work with Google Chrome when you're testing for memory leaks and allocation and seeing if something is, where could you improve. Now, if you click onto the profiles, you're going to see, and I'm just going to expand it so we could see the different types of profilings. There's a few, and they might change over time as they did previously. But currently, the 3 main ones is one that collects JavaScript CPU profile. The idea behind it is you click on to start and you just let it play out for a while. And it's really, in many ways, it's a snapshot in time to understand what functions, what methods are taking most of processor time. The idea behind it is if you need to now go to code that you don't really know and there's hundreds of functions and you want to figure out where could you start optimizing, this could be a really good place to start from. So once you click on stop, you're going to see that you're going to have a breakdown here, and it's going to basically list out all the different functions that are being executed. What file are they located in, and what is the total amount of allocation that is in them. And you could set them from bottom top, from the total. You could set them up and then look into the ones you do control and try to see what could you do to improve the code there if there's anything you could do. And that way you could physically see what amount of percentage of the CPU you're actually taking. The less you take out of your CPU, the better. And this is really a good place to go to be able to test out and see if there's a specific function or method that you might want to start optimizing. Take a heap snapshot is a little bit different, and this one relates really to DOM nodes. And really it's a snapshot that you're basically taking, and it creates a snapshot of basically everything that's inside of your HTML. So you know exactly all the different objects and all the different things that exist inside of your element at a specific time whenever we took this snapshot. So for example, if we take a first snapshot right now and another snapshot in a few minutes, and we see that there's a big difference in objects, if we did dig deep into it, then we could figure out about a memory issue or overusage of objects. And this is a good place for you to look in to try to figure out, is there anything you could do to reduce the amount of objects in your application? Less objects probably means less intensity on the processor. All right, so let's look at the last one, and the last one is basically enables us to take a peek at a live peek. So if I click on start, then what we're looking at is basically how much memory is being allocated for the process of creating items. It's a fantastic place also to find different memory leaks in general. So if we're seeing that over time, if we walk away and come back in another 30 minutes and we see that we have here a massive allocation, it's okay if we have a spike once in a while whenever we're doing a lot of stuff. But if we're noticing that we have a major spike going on, then it's definitely something that we want to be concerned about. But as we talked about in the previous video when we were talking about our FPS that we created, a really great way to notice and recognize that there is a memory issue is if we're seeing that our FPS is going down and down and down. And that's something that would make us concerned, because it'll be something that we'll want to basically look into. Now, because we're running so many things at the same time, I'm not really concerned about that because we've already tested that out earlier. So I'm going to go ahead here and stop our profiling, stop our testing, and this really covers this course really, and it covers all the major topics when it comes to, we already walked through, and really when you get to this stage when you're creating, try to figure out, try to build it correctly, and try to isolate based on all the things we've talked about before. This is really your last resort to try to isolate and figure out how to improve things. And I hope you had a wonderful time in this course. I know I did, and that's it.
Thank you for taking this journey with me. You've been through a lot, and I hope that you take all the things that we learned, or many of them, and implement them in your real world building applications. Now, if you want to hear more from me, you could find me on Twitter at O2Geek02Geek. You could email me at ben@zerotogeek.com, and you could Google or find more information on titles we're creating with Pack. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you in one of our next releases.